Until he knows the full story, I don't want to hear nothing he has to say.
Protests over Governor Wes Moore's signing of Senate Bill 1. Why critics argue it will only affect legal gun owners.
Every day that we don't treat it like a crisis, we lose dozens and dozens of other children.
Plus, nationally known civil rights attorney Ben Crump joining the fight against Baltimore City schools. Why he says the failing school system is resulting in the juvenile crime crisis.
Our temperatures are going to warm up, and we've got a quiet week ahead as well. We'll break down when we'll have our next chance for rain. It's all coming up.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for waking up with us on this Monday, May 22nd. I'm Megan Gillen. Let's check in with meteorologist Justin Chambers as we begin a new week. Looking pretty nice.
Yeah, not too bad at all, Meg. Good morning to you and good morning, everybody. Mild conditions here to kick off your Monday morning as we look outside right now. Nothing but mainly clear skies, few clouds here and there. But other than that, we're looking pretty good as we look out over downtown Baltimore right now. Our temperatures in the lower 50s here in Cockeysville, 54 in Towson, 50 your temp in Rosedale, and we're in the mid to upper 50s down through Brooklyn Park and Glen Burnie. So a mild Monday morning leading to a warmer afternoon ahead. We do stay mainly dry this week, so not really much rain in our future. And on your morning drive, 50s and 60s. So overall looking pretty good as you step out on your Monday. Looking ahead to Memorial Day weekend and what we can expect for the weather for that. That's coming up in a little bit.
The number one priority and the number one focus that I have is I want to make sure that all Marylanders can feel safe in their own communities and feel safe in their own neighborhoods.
Developing this morning, while Governor Wes Moore did not sign any bills dealing with the juvenile crime crisis this year, he did sign Senate Bill 1, limiting where Marylanders with a wear and carry permit can bring their firearms. Opponents have long said that it only affects legal gun owners, since data shows criminals are not purchasing firearms legally. Now there is a battle heating up between Governor Wes Moore and a Severn man who opposes the bill. Jaden McAdory has been openly carrying his AR-15 near a school bus stop in Severn for several weeks.
Until he knows the full story, I don't want to hear nothing he has to say. Never did I come out here for the children at all. Criminals will always still have the guns. The legal guns will never disappear just because you take it away from people like me.
Well, Fox 45 News spoke with Governor Wes Moore about the protest, and he calls McAdory's tactics intimidating.
He's literally helping to make my point. People should not be able to carry whatever they want, wherever they want, to include bus stops and places around children.
Political experts we spoke with say that these kinds of actions could lead to even stricter gun laws in the next legislative session. That brings us to our question of the day. Do you believe Senate Bill 1 will have an impact on crime? So far, 64% of voters say no. You can head to foxbaltimore.com/vote to weigh in. Turning now to the crisis in the classroom. Nationally known civil rights attorney Ben Crump makes a stop in Baltimore City this weekend to deliver the commencement address at Morgan State University. Fox 45 News' Mackenzie Frost spoke with him about the struggling Baltimore City school system, the school-to-prison pipeline, and why he is so committed to a lawsuit that claims the city doesn't provide the quality of education that students are entitled to.
Crime has a grip on Baltimore, a crisis facing the city for years, surpassing 300 homicides for the last 8 years in a row. And now, juveniles are the latest to find themselves in the crosshairs. The school-to-prison pipeline, according to nationally known civil rights attorney Ben Crump, is happening in Baltimore.
Without a quality education in American society today, you are a target for the school-to-prison pipeline. You're already in prison. They just have not closed the prison cell door yet. And that's why we have to give our children an education so they won't get caught up in prison.
And a quality education simply isn't reality for every public school student in the city. This lawsuit, filed on behalf of taxpayers by Giovanni and Shonda Patterson, allege Baltimore City schools are misusing millions of tax dollars because some students just aren't getting the education they deserve. Is that happening in Baltimore City?
Well, I want to believe that the lawsuit is making everybody pay attention. Every day that we don't treat it like a crisis, we lose dozens and dozens of other children.
The lawsuit comes after a grade-changing scheme was uncovered by Fox 45's Project Baltimore, as well as inflated enrollment numbers. Since then, 23 schools in the city had 0 students who were tested proficient in math.
Do you hope that the lawsuit in the city could potentially spark change beyond Baltimore City?
I'm banking on it. My time is being pulled from every part of the country. And the reason I keep coming back to Baltimore is I believe Baltimore can be the key to the education crisis all across America.
Why do you say that?
Because if the citizens can make sure that we have accountability and productivity, then that could be a model for cities just like Baltimore and every state in America.
Is that
and our children would be the better for it.
Is that what's missing in the city? Is that accountability and productivity?
I think so, because when you look at any industry, it's about making sure there's accountability so you can see that the investments are getting the returns from the investments. You never know what these young people can do if given a quality education.
So many of Baltimore's youngest are falling through the cracks, getting left behind in the classroom, and in the latest crime trend, getting caught up in a life of violence.
People with a quality education are like birds. They can flap their wings and go anywhere to heights that nobody imagined. But first, they gotta have a quality education.
Imagine what Baltimore could be like if every student had those wings.
That's what drives me. I imagine Baltimore, I imagine cities all across America being able to give our children the fundamental building blocks to be successful, constructive citizens in American society.
You can find more on Mackenzie's interview with Ben Crump on our website, foxbaltimore.com. Still ahead on the early edition, the man accused of murdering 4 University of Idaho students will appear in court today. What we can expect. Plus, a warm and sunny start to the work week. Meteorologist Justin Chambers letting us know if we see rain this week. It is 4:37 now on Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
Welcome back. Time right now is 4:40 on your Monday morning, back for the weekend, and you can see our temperatures right now are in the low to mid 50s, mild conditions, even lower 60s in Annapolis. And looking at your out the door cast, maybe a light jacket this morning. Definitely need those sunglasses, and no need for the umbrella, as we're going to stay pretty dry this week. So out for a run or a jog next few hours as you get your morning started. We'll see those numbers hang out in the mid to upper 50s. Back with your full forecast in just a few.
All right, Justin, thank you. Happening today, accused murderer Brian Koberger is due back in court for an arraignment where he's in custody without bail. Coming up after the break, honoring a fallen hero in Baltimore County, how police are remembering Officer Amy Caprio. Plus, President Biden announcing additional aid for Ukraine. The grim message from Russia as the war rages on. But first, here's what's ahead this morning on the National Desk.
I'm Jan Jeffcoat. Monday morning on the National Desk. Privacy issues front and center. The TSA using facial recognition technology at airports. A cybersecurity expert joins us to discuss Monday on the National Desk. America's News now, weekday mornings.
You can watch the National Desk on our sister station, the CW Baltimore, weekdays from 6 to 9 a.m. It is 4:42, and you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, a local all morning. Turning now to counties under pressure. Members of the Baltimore County Police are investigating a deadly crash. This happened around 7:30 Saturday night along Route 702 right near the Beltway in Essex. Police say the driver, 30-year-old Nicholas Hellowell, hit a guardrail and was thrown from the vehicle. He died at the hospital. Anyone with information on the crash is asked to call police. In Harford County, authorities are offering a $2,000 reward for information in the shooting of a 31-year-old woman. This happened just after midnight yesterday along Perrywood Court in Aberdeen. The victim was taken to shock trauma in Baltimore and is expected to be okay. You can submit an anonymous tip on the Harford County Sheriff's website. Also in Aberdeen, 18 people displaced after this massive fire rips through multiple townhomes, causing an estimated $5 million in damage. Check out this video here that a viewer sent us, videos of the smoke and the flames. The state fire marshal says 3 homes collapsed. 1 firefighter was hurt but is expected to be okay. Officials say the fire started in the back of one of the middle units, but it's not clear what caused it. Making headlines this morning, the Baltimore County Police honoring fallen hero, Officer Amy Caprio. Officers wore mourning bands on their badges on Sunday. Back in May of 2018, Officer Caprio responded to a call about a suspicious vehicle in Perry Hall. When she got there, she approached the vehicle, asking the driver to get out. They then accelerated and hit and killed Officer Caprio. Her name is inscribed on a monument now at Patriot Plaza in Towson. Trending this morning, the Highlandtown Wine Festival is back. The festival was canceled for the past 3 years because of the COVID pandemic. Hundreds of people gathered in the Highlandtown neighborhood for festivities, including food, live music, and of course, plenty of wine. 48 Baltimore area schools partner with the Maryland SPCA to help animals. Students from those schools submitted artwork for the 10th annual Kindness for Paws art show. It was at the White Marsh Mall. The community had the opportunity to buy the students' art. All of the proceeds go to support animal shelters. Organizers say it doesn't just help the animals, it's good for the students too.
Many of these young people, this might be the first time their art has ever been displayed. And I think it's also important for our community to remember art is extremely important. It helps kids to develop so many different skills. And on top of that, again, they are teaching our community about kindness to animals, about adopting from shelters, and how important that is.
Well, you can also buy digital downloads of the artwork. You can find a link to the art on our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. All right, 4:47 here. We've got a Monday morning on tap. Meteorologist Justin Chambers joining us with a look at how it's going to feel today and as we head into a new week.
Did you have a good weekend?
Yes, it was fast, beautiful though outside.
Yeah. Got that rain on Saturday. We needed that, obviously, but we're not going to have rain for a while. So going to be one of those weeks where you're going to have to do some watering, making sure that those lawns and gardens are all watered, because not going to get any help from Mother Nature, at least in that department. Our live cam right now over downtown Baltimore, mainly clear conditions right now from our Toyota Inner Harbor Sky Cam. Our temperatures are mild. We're looking at numbers right in the lower 50s officially at BWI Thurgood Marshall. No wind to speak of at this time. And as you rise and shine with us over the next couple of hours, mid to upper 50s and lower 60s is where those numbers will be. Sun comes up at 5:48, about an hour from right now, and goes to bed tonight at 8:19. These are getting into the longest days of the year in terms of daylight hours as we're getting closer to the summer solstice. 77 for your high. That's typically where we are on May 22nd, but numbers in the upper 70s and lower 80s is where we're going to end up for this afternoon across central Maryland and basically up and down the 95 corridor. The Mid-Atlantic seeing some nice conditions here today for Boston, New York, Philly, all the way down through Baltimore and D.C. A little cooler in Boston, and even down the ocean, only looking at about 67 in Ocean City. Great afternoon or evening to throw some stuff on the grill and eat outside, al fresco, maybe on your patio. Looking at numbers still hanging on to the upper 70s, even into that 5 o'clock hour for this evening. Now, in terms of our temperature tracker, notice we do kind of stay in that above average category for the next few days. We are going to be a little cooler later this week into Thursday and Friday as those numbers slide down below average, but not much of a drop off. And you can see there's not not much happening here on our future scan. Next couple of days are going to stay dry. A few clouds here and there. On Wednesday, late Wednesday afternoon into Thursday, that's going to be our next cold front that's coming through, but a dry cold front at that. So we're not tracking rain with that, but we will see a change in temperatures as we approach our Memorial Day weekend. 7-day forecast looking like this: upper 70s and lower 80s, but dry conditions. There's the cooler numbers on Thursday and Friday, but also staying dry as well. We're back to the mid-70s Saturday, and really on Sunday, even that slight chance for rain is slight at best. So not really looking for a lot of moisture, but that's going to be our basically only shot at any kind of precipitation over the next 7 days. Meg?
All right, Justin, thank you. It was a beautiful weekend for Preakness, and many of you are sharing how you celebrated this year. Maya is sharing this picture with us, saying it was her first time attending the Preakness. She looks beautiful. And our very own Tom Rogers' daughter, Megan, sent us this picture enjoying a funnel cake at Preakness. She looks great as well. The weather, perfect. We'd love to see how you're enjoying spring. You can scan the QR code right there on your screen. That will take you to foxbaltimore.com/chime in, where you can upload your pictures and your videos, and it's all powered by Stackla. All right, let's take a look at our Len Stoller traffic network now. We've got our Towson camera pulled up here this morning and looking pretty good. Light volume, no issues to report. Let's get a check on mass transit. Mark Jones with the MTA joining us. Good Monday morning, Mark.
Good Monday morning, Megan. Good morning, everyone out there on the MARC train system. We've got Penn Train 505 starting things off with a delay, running about 5 minutes late. The other trains and lines of MARC look good for travel. Light rail link showing no delays on time service there, and Metro Subway link on time as well. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
You never know what these young people can do if given a quality education.
Still ahead on the early edition, civil rights attorney Ben Crump weighing in on the crisis in the classroom, his efforts to hold the Baltimore City school system accountable. But first, more migrants are making their way to the Big Apple. The calls from Mayor Eric Adams and the praise that he's receiving from the other side of the aisle. Your time now is 4:51, and you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. Turning to the crisis at the border, we are taking you live to New York City here this morning, where Mayor Eric Adams is calling on the federal government to address the nation's migrant crisis.
If everyone takes a small portion of that, and if it's coordinated at the border to ensure that those who are coming here to this country in a lawful manner is actually moved throughout the entire country, it is not a burden on one city.
His comments come as buses of asylum seekers continue to arrive in the Big Apple. Adams says more than 70,000 have come to the city in recent months and that 42,000 are still in city care. Miami's Republican Mayor Francis Suarez praising Adams' remarks. He says that he is happy the Democrat is standing up to the federal government.
I mean, he has to focus on crime reduction, and instead, you see images of police officers helping people in the classic Roosevelt Hotel find housing. And so, these officers should be, and you would want them to be focused on reducing crime, and instead have to deal with this migrant crisis, which, as you've said, should be a federal issue.
The White House pledging $30 million to New York City to help with the influx of migrants. But Adams says the issue has already cost the city more than $1 billion. In Miami, however, Suarez says the city has yet to receive any federal assistance. U.S. immigration officials are investigating the death of an 8-year-old girl who died last week while in Border Patrol custody. They say the girl was seen at least 3 separate times by medical personnel on the day of her death. According to the girl's mother, the 8-year-old had a history of heart problems, and agents repeatedly ignored her pleas for help. The acting commissioner for Customs and Border Patrol says they are reviewing cases of all known medically fragile individuals in custody while they await the outcome of the investigation. Turning to the war in Ukraine, President Joe Biden announcing an additional round of military assistance for Ukraine. Biden announcing the $375 million aid package while speaking with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky at the G7 summit in Japan. He says it will include ammunition, artillery, and armored vehicles to bolster Ukraine's defense capabilities. Earlier in the summit, Biden signed off on plans to train Ukrainian pilots on F-16 fighter jets. It's an effort that he previously pushed back against when Ukraine was gearing up for a counteroffensive.
The United States has mobilized an exceptional effort to deliver on time and in full everything Ukraine needs to launch this counteroffensive. Now that we've done that, we can look forward to the long-term capacity of Ukraine to be able to defend itself and deter Russian aggression.
It is unclear where the F-16 jets will come from or when, but Russian officials said Western countries will face colossal risks if they supply Ukraine with fighter jets. Moscow doubling down on its claims that Russian forces have won the battle for Bakhmut. The Kremlin releasing a statement thanking the Wagner mercenary group for, quote, liberating the city and the Russian military for supporting the operation. Meanwhile, Ukraine insists the city has not fallen. While speaking to world leaders at the G7 summit in Japan, President Volodymyr Zelensky saying that Ukrainian troops there are still fighting. He then compared the war-torn city to Hiroshima.
Let me be sincere that the pictures of ruined Hiroshima really remind me Bakhmut and other similar settlements and towns. Just the same, nothing alive left. All of the buildings have been ruined.
Zelensky met multiple world leaders in Japan, and he says that his government is developing new plans with allies. Making headlines now this morning, at least 12 people are dead after a stampede broke out at a soccer field in El Salvador Saturday night. This happened during the Salvadoran Soccer League's quarterfinals match right outside the nation's capital. Police say fans overran an access gate into the stadium, resulting in overcrowding. According to the country's health minister, at least 90 people have been hospitalized, including several minors. El Salvador's National Police and the Attorney General's office is now investigating this incident.
Nationally known civil rights attorney Ben Crump comes here to Baltimore just ahead the change he says is still needed in city schools.
Our temperature is not too bad right now, and in fact, as we head toward the afternoon, looking at some warmer numbers for today. We'll break down just how warm we get right here on the early edition.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning on this Monday, May 22nd. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and we want to find out exactly how long this sun is going to last.
As long as possible, hopefully. Meteorologist Justin Chambers here.
52223, that's the date today. I'm looking good for that. And you know what? Yeah, we're going to see a lot of sunshine this week, guys. Not much rain at all in our future. So dry conditions and even warmer numbers as well. Right now, looking pretty mild outside. Our Towson camera obviously still dark, but the sun's coming up here a little bit later this hour, and we'll have some more of those longer days ahead. Here's a look at your temperature statewide. A little cooler in western Maryland, as it typically is, but mid-50s for Westminster, Bel Air, and Baltimore, even some lower 60s currently in Annapolis. So here's a look at your weather story. A mild Monday morning, warmer afternoon ahead today, and we do stay mainly dry this week. So Mr. Bo says we're good to go on your morning drive. Probably windows down this morning with temperatures in the 50s, getting to about 60 by 8 a.m. Back to you.
Let's look at what's happening on the roadways at this early hour as we take a look at our Lynn Stoller traffic network, and smooth sailing out there. Not a lot of folks up and out at this hour, so no issues to report. Turning now to a city in crisis, another violent weekend in Baltimore. 3 people were shot, including a 15-year-old boy.
Along with becoming victims of crime, we are also seeing a spike in juveniles accused of committing those crimes, including carjackings and shootings.
And as we get closer to the summer months, many believe the incidents will only become more frequent.
Well, we have live team coverage for you this morning. In just a few minutes, Taylor Stewart will be joining us live with the efforts from the mayor and why some are arguing his plan of a curfew for minors will not work.
But we begin with Shannon Lilly. She joins us live with the calls for accountability from nationally known civil rights attorney Ben Crump and how he is getting involved in the fight to hold Baltimore City school system accountable. Shannon.
Yeah, so civil rights attorney Ben Crump, Patrice, was here in Baltimore over the weekend, and he says the school-to-prison pipeline is happening here in our city, meaning many city school students are ending up in prison because they're not getting a quality education. He says the school system is lacking in accountability, and the rest of the nation is watching. Take a listen.
My time has been poor from every part of the country. And the reason I keep coming back to Baltimore is I believe Baltimore can be the key to the education crisis all across America. Because if the citizens can make sure that we have accountability and productivity, then that could be a model for cities just like Baltimore and every state in America.
Now, the lawsuit filed on behalf of taxpayers Giovanni and Shawanda Patterson alleges that Baltimore City schools are misusing millions of tax dollars, not providing students with a quality education. And it comes after a grade-changing scheme was uncovered by Project Baltimore and inflated enrollment numbers. Since then, 23 schools in Baltimore had 0 students who tested proficient in math. So Crump joined this lawsuit in 2022, and he says a quality education is key to a better society, not only here in Baltimore, but also around our country. Reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
Many experts we have spoken with point to failing schools as a driving factor behind the juvenile crime crisis.
There is a direct correlation. I'm not going to say necessarily causation, but students are disconnected, and it has become even more prevalent.
Well, Dr. David Hyber is the co-founder of the Concentric Educational Solutions, a group working with the city to stop the youth crime. He says chronic absenteeism is a big problem driving juvenile violence. City Council is set to hold a hearing on that issue, but it's not clear when. Meanwhile, former Mayor Sheila Dixon says it comes down to accountability, calling out state laws which make it difficult to charge juveniles with most crimes.
We've seen record numbers of juveniles either shot and injured or shot and killed Why do you think juvenile crime is at an all-time high, and what's the solution to that?
Some of the juveniles know what the laws are, that they're not going to be penalized, but we have to begin to send a different message, that they will be penalized for committing crimes, for carjacks, for robberies, for whatever is going on.
Mayor Brandon Scott is trying to curb the juvenile crime crisis by enforcing the city's youth curfew. Taylor Stewart continues our team coverage this morning with why critics are arguing that the curfew is not going to help. Taylor?
Well, this week we know there's going to be a hearing in City Council on Wednesday to discuss how to actually enforce this curfew. Now, this comes as juvenile violence has gone up significantly in Baltimore, 67% according to BPD data. Now, this goes back to the Easter weekend where 2 teens were shot in the city during that large gathering in downtown. Now, in fact, that was what prompted the mayor to implement the curfew. But it also comes as some are calling lawmakers to return to Annapolis for a special session to address the juvenile crime crisis.
Whether it is finding a way to get more of these guns off the streets or tougher penalties to deal with this type of thing, but they definitely need to get more involved in this than to wait another 9 months before another session comes.
Fox 45 News asked Governor Westmore about potential solutions to the youth violence here in Maryland and if he will call a special session. His response came in a news release sent out just last week, and it reads, quote, "When tragedy strikes and we do nothing, we know we are contending with more than a gun violence issue." But as of now, there is no special session scheduled. We will keep you updated if one is scheduled, but we also will tell you what happens on Wednesday during that City Council hearing to discuss this youth curfew that goes into effect on Memorial Day weekend. We're live in Baltimore. I'm Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
5:06, time is running out in Washington. In less than 2 weeks, the nation is likely to default unless the debt ceiling is lifted.
We want to go right over to Megan Gill in our live center with the setbacks President Joe Biden is facing with Republican lawmakers. Megan?
Yeah, a lot going on, guys. Taking you live to Capitol Hill early this morning, where talks are set to resume this afternoon in the ongoing debt ceiling debate. With little progress made over the weekend, guys, hope now waning that a deal can be made by the time that the money runs out. I'm going to take you live now to the White House here this morning, where we know the latest proposal would limit spending for military and some domestic programs, but that was shot down by Republicans who are calling for an increase in defense spending. If an agreement is not made by June 1st, economists, guys, predicting disastrous consequences. The most immediate effect would be a delay on Social Security payments, which would impact tens of millions of people. It would also send interest rates even higher and lead to job loss and market turmoil. White House economists now predicting as many as 8 million people could lose their jobs during a prolonged default. A default is unprecedented, as is the amount of debt the country has accumulated. Since 2000, the debt has increased, get this, a whopping 460%. We're going to be watching for any updates out of Washington as both sides try to negotiate a compromise. For now, that's the latest from our live center.
Until he knows the full story, I don't want to hear nothing he has to say.
Protests over Governor Westmore's signing of Senate Bill 1, why critics argue will only affect legal gun owners.
Plus, the juvenile crime crisis in Baltimore is at top of mind heading into the summer months. We're going to hear from Baltimore's top surgeons as kids remain at the center of the violence.
Our temperatures are mild this morning. 50s out there to kick off your Monday and the brand new work and school week. We'll break down what we can expect this rest of the week ahead, as well as Memorial Day weekend. All of that on the way. 5:11 is your time right now on your Monday morning as we look ahead to the work week that is now upon us. 47 your number in Cumberland, 54 in Baltimore City, 55 in Salisbury. Our temperatures, well, they're going to climb today. We'll see mid to upper 70s through the middle part of the day, and we'll sneak into those lower 80s as well for the afternoon. We hit 80 officially yesterday, so it's going to be a couple of degrees warmer than that for today. Sun comes up in just a little bit, and we'll be up until about 8:19, so definitely longer daylight hours as we're closer to the summer solstice. We'll break down what we can expect and when that potential next weather maker could impact you. That's coming up in a few.
Happening today, accused murderer Brian Kohberger is due back in court for an arraignment where he is expected to enter a plea of guilty or not guilty.
If convicted, he could face the death penalty. Now, in the meantime, Kohberger is also being held in custody without bail.
Pushback over work requirements for certain federal aid programs. We look at both sides of the debate, the potential impact and the results of a recent poll that sheds light on what some Americans think.
Plus, honoring a fallen hero in Baltimore County. How police are remembering Officer Amy Caprio. 5:12 is the time. You're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local, all morning.
.515 in making headlines in Baltimore County. Police officers honor fallen hero, Officer Amy Caprio.
Officers wore mourning bands on their badges Sunday. Now, in May of 2018, Officer Caprio responded to a call about a suspicious vehicle in Perry Hall. When she arrived, she approached the vehicle asking the driver to get out. She drew her gun. Then that vehicle, a Jeep, accelerated, hitting and killing Officer Caprio. Her name is inscribed on a monument at Patriot Plaza in Towson.
In your consumer news this morning, as lawmakers scramble to reach a debt ceiling deal, one highly debated area has been work requirements for federal aid.
Now, a new Axios poll suggests that people are open to changes. The National Desk Dee Gatton has both sides of this debate.
The legislation passed last month would expand work requirements for certain federal aid programs. While it's gotten backlash from Democrats, we're learning nearly 2/3 of Americans say they support work requirements for Medicaid and SNAP benefits, according to an Axios Ipsos poll.
It was really the Johnson era in the mid-'60s that began welfare programs as we know. and they didn't at first have work requirements attached to them because they were intended to relieve poverty.
The federal government has several programs intended for those with low income to get services they need, from health care to food and housing. Legislation passed in the House in April calls for new or expanded work requirements for 3 of those programs: Medicaid, the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, and temporary assistance for needy families. While President Biden has said he won't accept new requirements in programs impacting medical health needs.
It's possible there could be a few others, but not anything of any consequence.
According to a recent Axios Ipsos poll, nearly 2/3 of Americans, which includes half of Democrats, say they support work requirements for Medicaid and SNAP benefits. The argument for some on the other side.
But it has been that as a society, we owe something to those who are not as well off as we are. Whereas the other side, the conservative side, tends to believe that if you simply let businesses do what they're supposed to do, they'll hire people and, in other words, reduce regulation, reduce rules, reduce the obstructions. They'll hire people and we'll be prosperous.
According to the Congressional Budget Office, creating new work requirements could create savings over the next decade out of the GOP work proposals. But as the deadline inches closer, the pushback continues.
Yeah, work requirements, so-called work requirements, are a non-starter.
If the GOP proposal became law, the Congressional Budget Office estimated hundreds of thousands of recipients could lose benefits. Reporting for the National Desk, I'm Dee Dee Gatton.
Well, in other consumer news this Monday morning, American employers are facing a problem in job hiring. Fewer workers are willing to move for a new job. A survey by career coaching firm Challenger, Gray & Christmas notes that the rate of workers moving for a new job dropped to a record low of 1.6% in the first quarter of this year. The firm saying it is the lowest quarterly result it's seen since 1986. Factors for Americans not moving for work include hybrid and remote positions, high home prices, and mortgage rates.
New cars are back again at auto dealers as stocks of some car brands are actually heavy again. A Wall Street Journal report says auto dealers are seeing new cars returning to their lots as the problems of the pandemic supply chain interruptions are easing. The report adds some brands, such as Jeep and Buick, have seen big increases in inventory. According to research firm Ward Intelligence, dealerships had about 1.8 million vehicles on their lots or in transit by the end of last month. That is up 50% compared to this same time period last year. All right, it's 5:19. We need to get a check of the forecast as we start this brand new work week.
Yeah. Meteorologist Justin Chambers joining us. And yeah, you pumped. You had a good weekend?
Yeah, good golf weekend with the boys out there in Ocean City. I only got hit by one golf ball.
Oh, really? All right.
I don't think it was intentional, but it was the husband of our executive producer. So,
okay.
I don't know.
Could be.
Yeah, maybe.
I mean, you know, she's always saying,
you don't rap when she tells you.
Hey, I rap. I rap when
You're going to start throwing golf balls at you now.
Exactly. It was a good time, and I hope you had a good weekend as well. It's a pretty nice little welt right there, but it's all good. All right, good morning to all of you, and happy Monday. I hope you had a great weekend. Of course, Preakness. We got a little bit of rain here and there, and we're going to be staying dry here for the next couple of days. So as we look to Memorial Day weekend, which is the next weekend that we're talking about, that's right around the corner, and we'll be talking about that with the kids getting out to school. Beep, beep, on your bus stop forecast, 56 by 7 a.m., upper 70s into the noon hour, and into the lower 80s for that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. So warm conditions for the kids this afternoon when you pick them up, and for all of you as well. Check out some of our numbers. Mid to upper 70s is where we typically are, and that's where we're going to end up today, but a lot of us will sneak into those lower 80s for Cockeysville and Hunt Valley, down to Towson and Lutherville, 82 in Baltimore City, 80 in Perry Hall and White Marsh, upper 70s there for you in Southern Carroll County. Numbers in Howard and Arundel counties also in those lower 80s for Ellicott City and Columbia, down through Elk Ridge over to Odenton, right about 79 in Annapolis today. Eastern Shore getting in on some of that warmth as well for Centerville and Rock Hall over to Denton, right about 79 this afternoon. Now, our temperatures are looking good, and again, the lack of rain means you can clean up those cars with no issues. 3 greens across the board on your car wash cast for both Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. And you can see here our future scan pretty boring, not much to look at. It's going to take till about Sunday before we'll have any chance at actual rain rolling in. So, yeah, next Monday, 7 days from today, is Memorial Day. Day. Father's Day coming up in just 27 days. We're 4 weeks away from Juneteenth, the summer solstice, a couple of days later, in 30 days from right now. So there you go. All right, here's that 7-day forecast for you. 80s today, a little bit cooler tomorrow, back to the lower 80s Wednesday. And notice Thursday and Friday, those numbers do come back down. We're talking about mid-70s for highs, but overall, a really nice start to the weekend with our next chance for any kind of rain coming on Sunday. Patrice?
All right, Justin, thank you. Looking at the Lynn Sterler traffic now, network now, a live look over 895-95 split, and traffic is starting to pick up even at this early hour, but you're moving along without issue. Let's get a check of mass transit. We've got Mark Jones with the MTA. Happy Monday, Mark.
Happy Monday, Patrice. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, we've got Camden train 841 operating with a 10-minute delay, and 10 train 505 running 5 minutes late. Allow time for travel in those instances. Light rail link right on schedule from end to end. No delays or problems. And Metro subway link looking good in both directions of that service for the start. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
Pushback continues after Governor Wes Moore signed Senate Bill 1 into law. Just ahead, the controversial way one gun owner is protesting.
And Baltimore's lead shock trauma surgeon speaking out about the juvenile gun violence crisis. We'll tell you what they want to see and why they say gun violence has been normalized in the city. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
.525 and making your headlines this Monday morning, we're taking you live to Florida, where the NAACP is discouraging potential tourists from visiting this state. A civil rights group issuing a travel advisory Saturday, claiming that Governor Ron DeSantis' policies are openly hostile to Black Americans. The statement cites several Republican governors' laws, including a bill he signed last week banning colleges from spending public funds on diversity, equity, inclusion efforts, or DEIs. DeSantis denounced the move as a political stunt when Florida's NAACP branch made similar claims in March.
Governor Ron DeSantis files a motion to remove the judge presiding over Disney's First Amendment case against him. The motion questions Chief Judge Mark Walker's impartiality and cites 2 instances in which the judge referred to the state as retaliating against Disney. The entertainment giant filed the lawsuit last month, accusing DeSantis of using his office to violate the company's right to free speech. This after DeSantis and Florida lawmakers nixed Disney's self-governing status when it criticized the so-called Don't Say Gay bill.
So ahead this morning, warm, sunny start to your work week. Our weather authority team letting us know if it sticks around for your Memorial Day weekend plans.
Plus, the state of the economy front and center this week. The looming deadline as leaders meet yet again today to discuss the debt ceiling. We'll let you know where things stand. It's 5:27 on Fox 45 Early Edition.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning on this Monday. Welcome back. 5:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and let's get back to work. We're starting the work week off with beautiful weather.
Well, it makes you want to stay in the weekend, though. But here we are. Meteorologist Justin Chambers looking at the forecast.
I'm trying to think how many hours it is until next weekend already, or this upcoming weekend, right?
A few. Let's not look at that.
Okay.
Well, 40 according to the work week.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So, all right, that's not bad. And we're already into our work day, an hour or so in or whatever. So, looking out right now, we've got mainly clear conditions, maybe a little hazy out there, but overall, we are looking pretty mild, too. And our temperatures, you can see those on the right side of your screen. Most of us upper 40s and low to mid 50s at this hour. 57 in Brooklyn Park, 54 your temp in Glen Burnie. So, your morning commute is going to be just fine. Mid to upper 50s and even into the lower 60s through about 8 a.m. High temps today are going to be a little warmer than yesterday. We'll back off a few degrees tomorrow, but then right back to the lower 80s on Wednesday. So, yeah, a really nice start to our work week here. We will track that next chance for rain as it could impact part of our Memorial Day weekend. We'll do that in just a few. How are we looking on the roads, Tom?
Not bad in 107 hours and 30 minutes. So 5 p.m. Friday.
Yes.
Just want to let
I
you know.
love that. 107.
There's an app for that.
We could.
Yeah. All right, taking a look now at your Lens Solar Traffic Network out here. Inner outer loops looking great. No issues to report on any of the Baltimore major highways. Fox 45 News following 3 big stories for you at 5:30.
All eyes are on the nation's capital this morning as leaders meet for yet another discussion on the debt ceiling, the latest round of layoffs and the national impacts.
Well, Baltimore's top surgeon speaking out on the juvenile crime crisis, why they say a life of gun violence is seemingly just life for kids.
Plus, an active protest after the governor signed Senate Bill 1 into law, why critics argue it will only affect legal gun owners.
We have live team coverage of our top stories for you this morning, starting with Shannon Lilly.
The number one priority and the number one focus that I have is I want to make sure that all Marylanders can feel safe in their own communities and feel safe in their own neighborhoods.
Developing this morning, pushback over Senate Bill 1 continues to heat up after Governor Westmore signed that bill into law.
It limits the wear, carry, and transport of firearms in many public places. And now one man in the community is protesting in a controversial way.
Shannon Lilly joins us live to explain. Shannon.
Yeah, Patrice, Tom, good morning. So what's happening is there's a man by the name of Jaden McInderry, and he has been carrying his AR-15 near a school bus stop in Severn for several weeks to protest this law. In fact, we'll pull up some video of him right here on your screen. He says that taking guns away from legal gun owners is not going to have the effect that the governor wants. But the governor says he passed this bill because of people just like him. Take a look.
He's literally helping to make my point. People should not be able to carry whatever they want, wherever they want, to include bus stops and places around children.
The legal criminals will always still have the guns. The legal guns will never disappear just because you take it away from people like me.
McInderry there says Senate Bill 1 will only lead to disarming legal gun owners, leaving them helpless against criminals. But political analyst John Deedy has a different take on McInderry's way of protesting the law and says his actions could lead to even stricter gun laws in the next legislative session.
This gentleman acting out or trying to get his 15 minutes of fame may create a situation now where the General Assembly says, we've got another spot, we want it next year.
And speaking of that, although Senate Bill 1 does prohibit guns at schools, it does not prohibit them at bus stops, meaning when this law goes into effect in October, he could still carry that AR-15 in front of kids. Reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
Senate Bill 1 was created in response to a Supreme Court decision ending Maryland's good and substantial reasoning requirement to get a wear and carry permit. Now, while you no longer need to submit a reason to get a permit, the process of obtaining one is still pretty comprehensive. It includes registering online with the state, submitting fingerprints, going through 16 hours of training with state police or a qualified handgun instructor. It's 8 additional hours for renewal. After that, you also need to provide a passport-style photo, and then there's the fee, $75 for new applicants, $50 for renewal or subsequent licenses. And that brings us to our question of the day. Do you believe that Senate Bill 1 will have an impact on crime? So far, 64% of those who voted say no. You can head to foxbaltimore.com/vote to weigh in.
5:35, and doctors on the front lines of the city's crime crisis speaking out about the level of bloodshed they're encountering in the emergency department. Fox 45 spoke with the lead surgeon of Baltimore Shock Trauma, who says gun violence has become ingrained in Baltimore's culture.
Taylor Stewart joins us live now with more. Taylor?
I mean, perhaps there's no one more intimately familiar with the literal and metaphorical pain from families and children who come into the ER with gunshot wounds. Now, Fox 45 sat down with those on the front lines, and they say gun violence has become so normalized in the culture. For many teens growing up in the city, it's simply just a way of life. Now, Dr. Scalia, he is the lead of the Shock Trauma Surgeon Center. He has been working there for more than 2 decades. He says he's seen tragedy on all levels and an increasing number of teens on the operating table, with families, some of them not losing just 1 child, but 2.
Her second child, her only child, came in and died a year after her first child came in and died. It's crazy. When something terrible happens, you go, well, that was only 2. And you go, wait a minute, that's crazy. that we think it's okay because only 2 kids got hurt this week, or 2 anythings.
He's calling on leaders to do something about the gun violence and the bloodshed that's seemingly claiming the lives of so many people, especially young people here in the city. We'll continue to follow this story and bring you the very latest as doctors continue to speak out. We're live right now in Baltimore. I'm Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News.
It's going to be another rough week in the tech industry. Next round of layoffs expected to come down this week for Facebook's parent company.
Megan Gillen is at our live center with how this is all expected to play out and what it means for the economy. Megan.
Bigger picture here, guys. Meta, by the way, already cutting 11,000 jobs. That happened back in November. They announced in March it would be cutting another 10,000 by the end of this month here. And that second wave has already started. 4,000 workers let go last month, leaving another 6,000 who could be cut this week. Other economic headlines due out this week include 2 reports on home sales and the second of 2 inflation reports that we get every month. The Personal Consumption Expenditures Index, or PCE as it's known, is the Fed's preferred inflation report. It is expected to show that income and spending both rose in the last month and that core inflation held steady. Speaking of inflation, a new survey just out this morning reveals 98% of business analysts expect inflation to remain high for the rest of the year. And a majority of experts don't expect the U.S. to hit the Fed's 2% inflation goal until 2025 or even later. That's the latest from our Live Center.
Every day that we don't treat it like a crisis, we lose dozens and dozens of other children.
Nationally known civil rights attorney Ben Crump joining the fight against Baltimore City Public Schools. Why he says the failing school system is leading to the juvenile crime crisis.
Plus, New York City is literally sinking. The new report shining light on the state of the city.
And we are starting off the work week with warm and sunny conditions. A weather authority team letting us know if they will stick around for your Memorial Day weekend plans. 5:38, you're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local, all morning.
541 making headlines this morning. We are taking you live to New York City, where a study finds that the city is caving in.
Now, researchers from the U.S. Geological Survey and the University of Rhode Island show in a new study that the nation's largest city is gradually falling in on itself, and it's sinking from the weight of its buildings. The study shows New York City is sinking at 1 to 2 millimeters yearly. The scientists calculated the cumulative mass of the city's more than 1 million buildings in 5 boroughs at about 1.7 trillion pounds.
You never know what these young people can do if given a quality education.
Still ahead, civil rights attorney Ben Crump is weighing in on the crisis in the classroom, his efforts to hold the Baltimore City school system accountable.
Plus, Swifties all across the nation seeing their superstar take the stage on her Eras tour. How much one father spent to give his daughters the experience of a lifetime. 542, you're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local, all morning.
.544 and trending this morning, the Highlandtown Wine Festival is back. The festival was canceled for the past 3 years because of the COVID pandemic. Hundreds of people gathered in the Highlandtown neighborhood for festivities, including food, live music, and, of course, plenty of wine.
48 Baltimore area schools are partnering with the Maryland SPCA, all to help out some animals. Students from the schools submitted artwork for the 10th annual Kindness for Paws art show. It's held at the White Marsh Mall. The community had the opportunity to buy the students' art. All proceeds then go to support animal shelters. Organizers say it doesn't just help the animals, it's good for the students, too.
Many of these young people, this might be the first time their art has ever been displayed. And I think it's also important for our community to remember art is extremely important. It helps kids to develop so many different skills. And on top of that, again, they are teaching our community about kindness to animals, about adopting from shelters, and how important that is.
Now, you can also buy digital downloads of the artwork. You can find a link to that art show on our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
Making headlines this morning, world's best father? A dad reportedly paid thousands of dollars to secure last-minute Taylor Swift concert tickets for his daughter and her friends. Now, according to the report, the Massachusetts dad claims that he spent $21,000 on tickets to the Eras Tour after a mishap. The report says back in November, the dad paid a total of $1,800 for 4 tickets through the reseller website StubHub, but he says he never received them. So he decided to try his luck with a different reseller website and was met with a price tag of $21,000. That's according to the report. Whew. The dad says StubHub plans to refund his original purchase, that original $1,800. Fans struggled to get their hands on tickets to the tour, and Ticketmaster canceled its general sale of the tour last November because of high demand, but $21,000. Yeah, that wouldn't have happened in my house. I'm so sorry.
I mean, just the fact of like even debating that, it must be nice that he's in that financial situation where he's like, all right, 21 grand. I mean,
and you
it's
went
for my
from
daughters.
$1,800. Now I'll do that. I mean, I maybe I'll do that. Okay. 4 tickets, you know, whatever. Maybe
21,000. That's like
21,000. I'm not doing that.
That is. I mean, do you rent out your boat for a couple weekends or what? What
I don't know. I don't know what he does.
That?
I don't know what he does. Okay. That's not my meteorologist money. But $21,000, I think I'd pay that for one artist, and that's George Michael. Obviously, passed away. But yeah, I would.
I'm just so bummed. If you could bring him back.
I know. Oh my God. I never got to see him. I always wanted to see him.
$21,000. I'd go see like a 3-hour concert.
Yeah, I don't. Well, maybe that's a little extreme.
Maybe. I mean, I don't know. You're in a different world than I am. Funny.
All right. Yeah, sure. All right. Our Towson Cam, good morning to you. Looking outside right now. We are seeing mild conditions this morning. So overall, probably don't even need that light jacket as you're stepping out. As you rise and shine with us over the next couple of hours, we'll see those mid-50s here in that 6-7 o'clock hour and right about 60 through 8 a.m. The sun will be up until 8:19 tonight. So definitely those longer daylight hours as we're approaching the summer solstice. Right about 60 here in the 8 o'clock hour downtown Baltimore. Great day for lunch outdoors. We're looking at numbers in the upper 70s, and overall any outdoor activities today will be a little bit warmer. Looking for lower 80s with nice dry conditions and temps that are slightly above average for this time of year. There's the average number, 77. So most of us upper 70s and lower 80s across central Maryland and up and down the 95 corridor. Almost 80 in Philly today. 72 New York City with lower 80s for Baltimore and D.C. 67 in Ocean City. Now, we know those pollen numbers are up there. Trees, grass, and mold all now in that high category. So something we have to watch for, especially if you're getting out to cut the grass. On your mowcast, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, 3 greens across the board. So a dry week ahead, no issues. And you're going to have to do the watering yourself this week because we're not getting any help from Mother Nature. As you can see, a very dry 7-day forecast. A bit cooler tomorrow, but right back to the lower 80s Wednesday. You'll feel those cooler temperatures. Thursday and Friday sliding into Memorial Day weekend. Mid-70s is what we're looking for. Sunday, that's going to be our next chance for rain. And even then, it's not that big of a chance for precip as of now.
All right, it was a beautiful weekend for Preakness, and many of you are sharing how you celebrated this year. Maya shared this picture with us, saying it was her first time attending Preakness. She looked like she had a good time. And our very own Tom Rogers' daughter, Megan, sent us this picture. She was enjoying a funnel cake at the Preakness. That looks really good, and she looks beautiful. The weather was perfect. Couldn't ask for better. All right, well, we want to see how you're enjoying spring. Scan the QR code on your screen, and that will take you to foxbaltimore.com/chime-in, where you can upload your pictures and videos. It's powered by Stackla.
5:15, we want to go to your Lynn Stoller Traffic Network, and look at this, all green. And if you see that on a weather map, that means rain. If you see it on the traffic map, that means wide open roadways. So good news there. Here's a live look now from our traffic photojournalist, Graham, and you can see the wide open roads, at least the direction he's traveling. In 95 northbound, right near the Falston area here, and that's that construction zone, normally seeing some congestion, but look at this. Get out now if you can. Now we want to find out if your mass transit is wide open too. We have Mark Jones with the MTA. Happy Monday morning, Mark.
Happy Monday morning, Tom. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, you'll find train number 841 operating with a 10 to 15-minute delay, and Penn train 407 and Camden 843 presently running about 5 minutes late. Allowed time for travel there. Out there on Light Rail Link, you'll find on-time service, no delays or issues, and Metro Subway Link looking good in both directions between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station for travel. For the MTA Transit Team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
I'm Christine Frizzell with a look at yet another allegation of misconduct inside the FBI. The latest threat from Republicans.
Plus, more migrants making their way to the Big Apple. The calls from Mayor Eric Adams and the praise he's receiving from the other side of the aisle. 5:51, you're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local, all morning. .54 making your headlines this Monday morning. At least 12 people are dead after a stampede at a soccer stadium in El Salvador this weekend. Now, it happened during the Salvadorian Soccer League's quarterfinals match right outside the nation's capital Saturday night. Police say fans overran an access gate into the stadium, resulting in overcrowding. According to the country's health minister, at least 90 people have been hospitalized, including several minors, too, involved. El Salvador's national police and the attorney general's office are investigating this incident.
In Sudan, warring factions agreed to a 7-day ceasefire. According to Secretary of State Antony Blinken, the truce between the Sudanese army and the Rapid Support Forces begins today. The U.S. and Saudi Arabia mediated the agreement, and representatives from each country will oversee the truce. Previous efforts for a ceasefire have fallen apart, with each side accusing the other of attacking first. More than 750 people have been killed since fighting began in April.
Well, happening now, there are new questions about some big decisions made at our nation's top law enforcement agency.
The FBI is now accused of improperly using surveillance tools to spy on American citizens, including those involved in Black Lives Matter protests and the January 6th riot at the U.S. Capitol.
As Christine Frizzell reports, this comes on the heels of multiple other allegations over the last few days.
The Federal Bureau of Investigation says the proper changes have already been made to prevent a similar breach in the future. But lawmakers want to know why a surveillance tool used to gather intelligence on foreigners accused of breaking the law was used on American citizens more than 278,000 times including January 6th riot suspects and those protesting the death of George Floyd back in 2020. The Washington Post reporting on the widespread abuse of the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act between 2020 and 2021. Revelations that follow a series of others in the last week alone.
Do you swear or affirm under penalty or perjury?
3 FBI employees testifying they were retaliated against for speaking out about what they saw as wrongdoing at the Bureau.
The FBI will crush you. This government will crush you and your family if you try to expose the truth about things that they are doing that are wrong.
That hearing just days after Special Counsel John Durham's 4-year investigation concluded, looking into the FBI's probe into connections between the Trump campaign and Russia.
The Department of Justice, the FBI, and the media colluded to sell a false story that Donald Trump was a Russian agent and his campaign was being run by Russia. They ignored all the exculpatory evidence. The Durham report is damning.
House Republicans threatening to withhold federal funding for the FBI, including for a new headquarters top officials say they desperately need.
We have to exercise our authority, the power of the purse, to limit what the federal government, what the FBI and the Justice Department are doing to the American people.
Democrats argue it's all part of an extreme pressure campaign meant to boost Donald Trump's claims the federal government is weaponized against conservatives.
This is a really concerted effort to undermine Americans' confidence in the rule of law, in the Department of Justice, in the FBI.
Section 702 of the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, or FISA, is set to expire at the end of this year and will need to be renewed by Congress. These latest revelations could make that reauthorization even tougher. I'm Christine Frizzau reporting.
Well, now taking you live to Florida this morning, where the NAACP is discouraging potential tourists from visiting the state. The civil rights group issuing a travel advisory Saturday, claiming Governor Ron DeSantis' policies are openly hostile to Black Americans. Statement cites several of the Republican governor's laws, including a bill he signed just last week banning colleges from spending public tax dollars on diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts. DeSantis denounced the move as another political stunt when Florida's NAACP branch made similar claims in March.
Speaking of travel, an airline passenger is arrested for allegedly hitting a flight attendant with an intercom phone. The incident happened yesterday in Denver as the Frontier Airlines flight was getting ready to leave. Airline officials said the woman was asked to deplane after becoming belligerent, and that's when the woman hit an attendant with a phone. Denver law enforcement subsequently arrested the customer. Tracking data indicates that that flight left nearly 4 hours after the originally scheduled time.
Nationally known civil rights attorney Ben Crump in Baltimore over the weekend. Just ahead, what he says is still desperately needed in our schools.
And we are just 1 week away from the city's juvenile curfew. But before that, there's a hearing planned this week to explain it all and learn how it'll be enforced. We'll update you on that just ahead.
A battle breaking out between the governor and a Severn man after Senate Bill 1 is signed into law. Topping our next half hour, how it sparked a protest.
Our temperatures are continuing to be very nice in the above average category. We'll break down how warm it gets today and later this week as well on Fox 45 Morning News. Let's go.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Monday, May 22nd. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. Meteorologist Justin Chambers joining us right now. He's got the great forecast ahead for the week.
Yeah.
Dry.
Yeah, very dry, too. And now we're not really talking about much rain. We had a little bit of rain on Saturday. I know probably not the best timing with concerts and things going on. But, you know, got the race off just fine, right?
Bruno Mars said he's still fine with it, too. He was
okay.
out.
All right, good. What did you say? You're wearing...
I say we're in the 70s, so that's good.
Yeah, absolutely. And our temperatures are going to be even warmer. So we got to 80 yesterday. We're going to be in the lower 80s for today as we look out over our Towson camera right now. The sun is up, but it's a little hazy at this moment. Our numbers are mainly in the mid-50s here for Westminster, Bel Air 53, 51 your temp in Cockeysville right now. So here's a look at your weather story. Mild Monday morning, warmer for the afternoon, but we do have a dry week ahead as we are going to stay mainly rain-free. So Mr. Bo says we are good to go on your roads, at least in terms of our temperatures. No issues out there weather-wise. Now, Does Tom have a different story? What are we looking like on the roads from your perspective, sir?
There's one issue that we need to report in the Lens Solar Traffic Network. You see the flashing lights right here. This is 95, and we're talking about southbound 95 right past White Marsh Boulevard, where we're seeing that there's some flashing lights because of a crash there. It's taking a live look. Now you can see the flashing lights, and it looks like 2 lanes are still getting by on the right.
6:01 now, turning to a city in crisis, another violent weekend in Baltimore. 3 people shot, including a 15-year-old boy.
Along with becoming victims of crime, we're also seeing a spike in juveniles accused of committing those crimes, including carjackings and shootings. And as we get closer to the summer months, many say that the incidents will only become more frequent.
This morning, we have live team coverage in a city in crisis. In a few minutes, we've got Taylor Stewart joining us live with why some argue the mayor's plan for curfew for minors will not work.
We begin with Shannon Lilly. She's joining us live with the calls for accountability from nationally known civil rights attorney Ben Crump and how he's getting involved in the fight to hold a Baltimore City public school system accountable. Shannon?
Yeah, so civil rights attorney Ben Crump was in Baltimore over the weekend, Tom, and he says that the school to prison pipeline right now is still happening in our school system, meaning many Baltimore City school students are ending up in prison because they are not getting a quality education. He says accountability is lacking in our school system and the nation is watching.
My time has been poor from every part of the country. And the reason I keep coming back to Baltimore is I believe Baltimore can be the key to the education crisis all across America. Because if the citizens can make sure that we have accountability and productivity, then that could be a model for cities just like Baltimore and every state in America.
Now, the lawsuit filed on behalf of taxpayers Giovanni and Shawanda Patterson alleges that Baltimore City schools are misusing millions of tax dollars and not providing students with a quality education. And it comes after a grade-changing scheme was uncovered by Project Baltimore and inflated enrollment numbers. Since then, 23 schools in Baltimore had 0 students who were tested proficient in math. So you'll remember Crump joined this lawsuit back in 2022, and he says a quality education is absolutely key for a better society here in Baltimore and around our country. Reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Many experts we've spoken with point to failing schools having a correlation to the juvenile crime crisis, and they claim they are taking action.
There's a direct correlation. I'm not going to say necessarily causation, but students are disconnected, and it has become even more prevalent post-pandemic. This year in Baltimore City, we would have, by the end of the school year, we would have conducted almost 30,000 home visits across the city. And it's just the conversations that we're having with people, with students. They need to feel connected with an adult in the school.
I was Dr. David Hyber, and he is the co-founder of Concentric Educational Solutions, a group working with the city to stop youth crime. He says chronic absenteeism is a big problem driving the juvenile violence. City Council is set to hold a hearing on that issue, but it's not clear when. Meanwhile, former Mayor Sheila Dixon says it comes down to accountability, calling out state laws which make it difficult to charge juveniles with most crimes.
We've seen record numbers of juveniles either shot and injured or shot and killed. Why do you think juvenile crime is at an all-time high, and what's the solution to that?
Some of the juveniles know what the laws are, that they're not going to be penalized, but we have to begin to send a different message, that they will be penalized for committing crimes, for carjacks, for robberies, for whatever is going on.
Well, Mayor Brandon Scott is trying to curb the juvenile crime crisis by enforcing the city's youth curfew.
Taylor Stewart continues our team coverage this morning with why critics argue the curfew will not help. Taylor?
I mean, right now, it's just not clear how that curfew is going to be enforced. The police department has a shortage, and there's confusion about it. So this Wednesday, City Council is set to hold a hearing to discuss the juvenile curfew. It's an effort from the mayor to curb juvenile crime heading into the summer. In fact, juvenile crime shootings are up 67% in the city, according to BPD. It was the shooting that happened on Easter weekend. There were 2 teens shot after gatherings at the Inner Harbor that prompted the mayor to implement this curfew. issue. And it also is coming as some are calling lawmakers to go back to Annapolis, get back to the drawing board, and hold a special session to address juvenile crime.
Whether it is finding a way to get more of these guns off the streets or tougher penalties to deal with this type of thing, but they definitely need to get more involved in this than to wait another 9 months before another session comes.
Look, Fox 45 asked Governor Westmore about the potential solutions they're working on or if he'll call a special session. He sent this release just last week. It reads, quote, "When tragedy strikes and we do nothing, we know we're contending with more than a gun violence issue. But as of now, there is no special session on the books. But that hearing this week on Wednesday will, of course, be there and bring you the latest updates." For now, we're live in Baltimore. I'm Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News.
Doctors on the front lines of the city's crime crisis are speaking out why some say the bloodshed is becoming part of Baltimore's culture.
And debt ceiling negotiations resume this afternoon, what economists are warning as the deadline nears.
Temperatures are mild for your Monday morning. Warming up this afternoon. We'll talk about if there's any rain in our future. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News. We are all local, all morning. Welcome back. 6:10 is your time right now. Our weather authority forecast. Overall, tracking warmer temperatures for the afternoon. Statewide, our numbers right now, not too bad. We are seeing those temperatures that are across the state in the 40s and 50s out in western Maryland. And a lot of us here are in the 50s for Westminster and Bel Air to Baltimore City. We're at 48 in Frederick, 50s in Laurel, and actually 61 in Annapolis. So out for a run or a jog next couple of hours, mid-50s to the lower 60s. So mild conditions for your morning outdoor exercise. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few minutes from right now.
6:10, time is running out in Washington. In less than 2 weeks, the nation is likely to default unless the debt ceiling is lifted.
We want to get right over to Megan Gillen in our live center with the setbacks that President Joe Biden is facing with Republican lawmakers. Megan?
Here's what we know, guys. Taking you live to Capitol Hill here this morning, we know talks are set to resume this afternoon in this ongoing debt ceiling debate. With little progress made over the weekend, hope now waning that a deal can be made by the time money runs out. Let's go ahead and take you live here to the White House here this morning, guys, because we are hearing that the latest proposal would limit spending for military and some domestic programs. But that was shot down by Republicans who are calling for an increase in defense spending. If an agreement is not made by June 1st, economists are predicting disastrous consequences. The most immediate effect would be a delay on Social Security payments, which would impact tens of millions of people. It would also send interest rates even higher and possibly lead to job losses, market turmoil, as some are predicting. White House economists predicting as many as 8 million people could lose their jobs during a prolonged default. A default is unprecedented, as is the amount of debt the country has accumulated. Since 2000, the debt has increased a whopping 460%. We're going to be watching for any updates out of Washington as both sides of the aisle try to come to a compromise. For now, that's the latest from our live center. Tom?
Thank you, Megan. Climate activists taking a dive into the iconic Trevi Fountain in Rome. The charges they're now facing after throwing more than just a coin into the water. New York City's mayor calling on the federal government to address the nation's migrant crisis, the latest instance that has sparked the call and why some lawmakers, well, they're praising him. 6:12 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. The border crisis continues as U.S. immigration officials are investigating the death of an 8-year-old girl who died while in Border Patrol custody. Now, they say the girl was seen at least 3 separate times by medical personnel on the day of her death last week. According to the girl's mother, the 8-year-old had a history of heart problems and agents repeatedly ignored her pleas for help. Now, the acting commissioner for Customs and Border Patrol says they're reviewing the case of all known medically fragile individuals in custody while they await the outcome of this investigation. Now, this comes as New York City Mayor Eric Adams is calling on the federal government to address the nation's migrant crisis.
If everyone takes a small portion of that, and if it's coordinated at the border to ensure that those who are coming here to this country in a lawful manner is actually moved throughout the entire country, it is not a burden on one city.
Now, as comments come as buses of asylum seekers continue to arrive in the Big Apple. Adams says more than 70,000 have come to the city in recent months and 42,000 are still in city care. Miami's Republican Mayor Francis Suarez praising Adams' remarks. He says he's happy the Democrat is standing up to the federal government.
I mean, he has to focus on crime reduction, and instead, you see images of police officers helping people in the classic Roosevelt Hotel find housing. And so, these officers should be, and you would want them to be focused on reducing crime, and instead have to deal with this migrant crisis, which, as you've said, should be a federal issue.
Well, the White House pledged $30 million to New York City to help with the influx of migrants, but Adams says the issue has already cost the city more than $1 billion. In Miami, however, Suarez says that the city has yet to receive any federal assistance.
Download the Fox 45 News app for up-to-the-minute traffic conditions, school closings, breaking news and weather anytime. Search WBFF in your app store.
Well, making your headlines this Monday morning, climate activists, as you see here, in Italy, dumping charcoal into Rome's famous Trevi Fountain. Authorities say about 10 people showed up at the site yesterday holding banners with slogans that read, "Our country is dying." Rome police say all the activists were arrested and face vandalism charges. The group has previously carried out 2 similar attacks. Rome's mayor calling on the activists to stop targeting national and artistic monuments.
Making space headlines, SpaceX successfully launched a private flight to the International Space Station.
Engines full power and liftoff, Falcon 9, go Axiom.
Yeah, those on board yesterday's flight, there's 4 of them. Saudi Arabia's first astronaut in decades, and John Schaffner, a Tennessee businessman who started his own sports car racing team. Crew scheduled to spend about 8 days on the ISS. Axiom Space, the company that arranged this private flight, has not disclosed the ticket prices, but the passengers on their first private flight to space paid $55 million, we're hearing, each.
Man, again, meteorologist money. Taylor Swift
with all that?
tickets.
My God. Listen, let's talk about the Baltimore Orioles.
Okay, yeah, we shall.
I mean, a sweep in Toronto, right? A division sweep at that. They're 2.5 games back. They're still the second best team in Major League Baseball.
Yeah, both sides.
I mean, it's just amazing. 12-7 in May. We got the Yankees coming up,
and they have the best dugout celebrations.
100%.
I mean, the entire Major League Baseball is like taking. I mean, when with the sprinkler that took over,
the home run hose, all that stuff.
The chains. I mean, everything. They dominate that too.
So and they're back at home coming up on Friday. So get some Memorial Day weekend baseball in our future. But yeah, on the road against the Yanks starting tomorrow in the Bronx. So no matter what, we don't lose today. But that was a great sweep and impressive effort. How about Cedric Mullins too? I mean, 5 hits and especially that 5-run 11th. Man. What a day. It's Orioles magic, baby. We love it. Our Towson Cam, good morning to you right now. Looking out over the Towson traffic circle. Not much happening there. A few cars kind of milling about. Here's a look at your bus stop forecast. Beep, beep, as those kids get out to the bus stop this morning. Looking at numbers in the mid-50s next hour. Upper 70s through noon, and we're going to be in the lower 80s when you pick the kids up later this afternoon. Here's a look at your, forecast. There's a lot of golf this weekend. I am just getting too old for this stuff. It wasn't pretty. It was fun. It was a lot of fun. But 72 holes, man, in 3 days? Come on. Can't do that. All right, 66 by 9 a.m., upper 70s through noon. Hopefully you're enjoying some golf this afternoon or whatever you might be doing. We've got some big lacrosse games coming up this week. We're talking state finals, so that's exciting about that. Upper 70s and lower 80s across Carroll and Baltimore counties for your high temps this afternoon. Hartford and Cecil counties in those upper 70s and lower 80s as well for you today. Now, checking our temperature tracker, notice our numbers. They're going to stay in the above average category through about Wednesday, but notice what happens Thursday Thursday and Friday, a little bit of a dip. So we'll be below average later this week as some cooler air is going to be moving in. But if you do want to get the cars cleaned up, no issues. Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, your car wash cast is great. Clean them up. Here's a look at that future skim. We'll get a little bit more cloud cover. It's kind of hazy right now. A few of those clouds hanging out for the afternoon into Tuesday and Wednesday, staying dry. There is going to be a weak cold front that'll come through late Wednesday into Thursday. You can see it right there. And that's going to bring in some of that cooler air, but it's a dry cold front, so we're not tracking any precipitation, really not until we get to about Sunday. 7 days from today, so next Monday is Memorial Day, and then Father's Day in just 27 days from right now. Meanwhile, 4 weeks from today is Juneteenth, and then a couple of days later, the summer solstice. What? Where is this year going? All right, so here's that 7-day forecast. Staying dry here all the way into Memorial Day weekend. We do have a little bit of that rain that's going to be rolling in late Saturday night into Sunday, so that'll be about it. But overall, those temperatures are not too bad, just slightly above average. Tom?
All right, thank you, Justin. Let's take a look now at your Lens Solar Traffic Network here. And 95 southbound, you see now more flashing lights in that area. This is right south of White Marsh Boulevard. That's 43 here. It looks like they've actually moved this all over to the median, and traffic is moving along just fine there. Police obviously still on the scene, but it looks like everyone's moving fine and no issues to report there. Here's a live look now from our traffic photojournalist, Graham. He's in the area of Timonium. He's cruising around the outer loop and moving along just fine, no issues to report. Now we want to get a check of your mass transit. We have Mark Jones with the MTA. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Tom. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, you'll find 10 train 502 operating with a 10-minute delay, and Camden train 845 presently running about 5 minutes late. Allow time for travel there. Light rail link looking good. No delays in either direction of that service, and on-time service on Metro Subway Link in both directions. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
Taking you live to New York, where the show is going on for the Tonys, how the writer's strike is impacting this year's awards show.
And doctors on the front lines of Baltimore's juvenile crime crisis speaking out about the enormous amount of bloodshed they say they're treating this year. What they want to see. We'll tell you about that just ahead on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
625 trending now, taking you live to New York, where this morning the show must go on for the Tony Awards. The annual Tony Awards will go on as planned June 11th, and this year it will run as an unscripted show. Despite a writer's strike, the normal flow for the show has been stopped because of the weeks-long strike by the Writers Guild of America. The Tonys asked the Guild for a waiver to write it. The Guild denied the waiver, but said they won't picket the live televised show. This year's show will still feature productions and musical performances.
626, and also trending right now, Levi's is celebrating its 150th anniversary in the city where the clothing company was founded. It's called the 501 Experience, referring to one of their most popular cut of jeans. The celebration began Saturday in San Francisco and will last 9 days. Features a museum with products from throughout the denim brand's history. Attendees, you can also buy exclusive merchandise.
Also trending now, a weekend at the Stakes. We love seeing how all of you were celebrating here at Fox 45. These pictures are from Pamela. She chimed them in, saying family and friends enjoying a day at the races in our favorite city.
Some healthcare workers were even celebrating on the job. Cynthia sent us these pictures, saying that their Preakness hats brought smiles to those they serve.
Well, now as we head into the Memorial Day weekend, we want to see how you are honoring our fallen heroes. Scan the QR code on your screen, and that will take you to foxbaltimore.com/chime-in, where you can upload your pictures and videos. It's powered by Stackla.
We have a mild and clear morning outside right now. Warmer temperatures, though, on the way.
Coming up, meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking how our holiday weekend forecast is holding up.
Pushback continues after Governor Wes Moore signed Senate Bill 1 into law. Just ahead, the controversial way one gun owner is protesting. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning. Welcome back on this Monday. 6:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. We need to get over to our meteorologist, find out if he's okay, and then find out if you're going to go back out on the links.
You've been stretching it out this morning.
I've been trying to stretch it out. Yeah, back tightens up. You know, you play that many holes in one weekend.
How many were there? How many holes?
72. I've never done that before.
Professional. That's professional.
Yeah, and that's why I'm here, because I don't do that very well, and I try to do this okay. So looking outside right now, good morning to you. Hey, great day, golfers, to get out there on the links. A pretty nice morning. A little hazy right now from our Mile 1 Auto Group cam, so can't really see that sun, but it is there. Don't worry about that. Mr. Bo says next couple of hours we're good to go. 50s and 60s here through the 8 o'clock hour, even to the mid-60s by about 9 a.m. So it's going to be a nice steady warm-up. Should top out about 82 today. That'll be a couple of degrees warmer than where we were yesterday, and definitely in the above-average category. And the sun's going to be up for quite a while, until 8:19 tonight. Check the next 3 days. 82 today, 78 tomorrow, 81 Wednesday, and really no rain in sight. Not until we get into the weekend, and I know probably sick of hearing that. Every time we talk about the weekend, it seems that that's when the rain rolls in. We'll take a closer look at that full forecast for you coming up in just a few minutes from right now. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. Now let's take a look at your Lynn Solar Traffic Network and another look at that one vehicle accident, 95 South, right south of White Marsh Avenue. And you can see the left shoulder and the one left lane is blocked. The other 3 lanes are getting by, and the express lanes moving along without incident.
The number one priority and the number one focus that I have is I want to make sure that all Marylanders can feel safe in their own communities and feel safe in their own neighborhoods.
Developing this morning, pushback over Senate Bill 1 continues to heat up after Governor Wes Moore signed the bill into law.
It limits wear, carry, and transport of firearms in many public places. And Shannon Lilly is joining us live this morning with how one man in the community is protesting in a controversial way. Shannon.
Yeah, so what's happening, Tom, there's a man by the name of Jaden McAdory, and he's been openly carrying his AR-15 near a school bus stop in Severn. And so he's doing that to protest this law. In fact, we do want to pull up some videos so you can see that for yourself. He argues that by keeping guns away from legal gun owners, that is not going to help the governor get what he wants. But the governor says he passed this bill because of people like him.
He's literally helping to make my point. People should not be able to carry whatever they want, wherever they want, to include bus stops and places around children.
The legal criminals will always still have the guns. The legal guns will never disappear just because you take it away from people like me.
McAdory there says Senate Bill 1 will only lead to disarming legal gun owners, leaving them helpless against criminals. But political analyst John Deedy has a different take on McAdory's way of protesting this law. He says his actions could lead to even stricter gun laws in the next legislative session.
This gentleman acting out or trying to get his 15 minutes of fame may create a situation now where the General Assembly says, we've got another spot, we want it next year.
And speaking of that, although Senate Bill 1 does prohibit guns in schools, it does not prohibit them at bus stops, meaning once this law takes effect in October, he could still technically carry that AR-15 right where he is doing, near that school bus stop. Reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Senate Bill 1 was created in response to a Supreme Court decision ending Maryland's good and substantial reasoning requirement to get a wear and carry permit. Now, while you no longer need to submit a reason to get a permit, the process of obtaining one is still comprehensive. It includes registering online with the state, submitting fingerprints, going through 16 hours of training with a state police or qualified handgun instructor, 8 additional hours for renewal. After that, you also need to provide a passport-style photo. And then there is a $75 fee for new applicants, $50 for renewal or subsequent licenses. And that brings us to our question of the day. Do you believe Senate Bill 1 will have an impact on crime? So far, 65% of those who have voted say no. You can head to foxbaltimore.com/vote to weigh in.
Well, turning now to a city in crisis, Baltimore City Police investigating after finding a body in northwest Baltimore. Officials say the male body, had signs of trauma, and they're calling it a homicide. It's not clear when the man was killed. Police are telling Fox 45 News that they'll be able to provide more information after the medical examiner completes an autopsy. Doctors on the front lines of the city's crime crisis, they're speaking out about the level of bloodshed that they're encountering in the emergency department.
Fox 45 spoke to the lead surgeon at Baltimore Shock Trauma Wing. Taylor Stewart joins us live with what has become ingrained in Baltimore's culture. Taylor.
I mean, that's right. Perhaps no one's more familiar with the impact and literal pain of child gun victims than those who treat them. Doctors and surgeons spoke with Fox 45 about what they say is an increasing level of gun violence and the bloodshed they continue to see in the ER. Now, we spoke to Dr. Thomas Scalia. He's the lead surgeon at the Shock Trauma Center, and he's seen gun violence on all levels. At this point, he says it's become a way of life for many people who've grown up here. And some of those families have lost not only one, but two children to gun violence.
Her second child, her only child, came in and died a year after her first child came in and died. It's crazy. When something terrible happens, you go, well, it was only two. And you go, wait a minute, that's crazy. That we think it's okay because only two kids got hurt this week or two anythings.
Dr. Scalia is calling on anybody to do something that will stop the level of violence and gun bloodshed that it's affecting the city and claiming the lives of so many young victims. We'll continue to update you as this continues. We're live right now in Baltimore. I'm Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News.
You can see our full conversation with some of the area's top surgeons right now at foxbaltimore.com.
Not in school. Where are they?
Calls for accountability continue in Baltimore City schools. Still to come, how nationally known civil rights attorney Ben Crump is now getting involved.
And Facebook's parent company set to make some major job cuts this week. What this means for the economy and the other economic reports that we're expecting to drop this week.
Coming up, meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking our next weather maker, too. 6:37 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Weather Window, presented by the National Weather Desk.
Take a peek at this recent incredible shelf cloud southwest of Little Rock, Arkansas. Shelf clouds are attached to the bottom of a cloud, which is usually a thunderstorm. However, they can sometimes be linked with a cold front, even without a thunderstorm. And check out this close-up view, a meadow of wildflowers for pollinators at Howard Law School in Washington, D.C.
Want to see your weather photos and videos on TV? Click Chime In on this station's website to share.
We're 20 minutes in front of 7 o'clock on your Weather Authority forecast on a Victory Monday, a 3-game sweep Victory Monday. O's back at Camden Yards coming up on Friday for Memorial Day weekend. But not a bad start to your morning. Temperatures are also not too bad either. 50s and 60s as you're heading out on your morning drive for the next couple of hours. Not much rain in our future. I'll tell you when we could see some of that wet stuff coming up in just a few. Back to you.
Well, it's going to be another rough week in the tech industry. The next round of layoffs expected to come down this week for Facebook's parent company.
Megan Gillen is at our live center with how it's all expected to play out and also what it means for the economy. Megan.
Here's what we know. Meta already cut 11,000 jobs, guys, back in November and announced in March it would be cutting another 10,000 by the end of this month. That second wave has already started with 4,000 workers let go last month. That leaves another 6,000 who could be cut this week. Other economic headlines throughout this week, guys, include 2 reports on home sales and the second of 2 inflation reports that we get every month, the Personal Consumption Expenditures Index, or PCE as it's known. It's the Fed's preferred inflation report, and it is expected to show that income and spending both rose in the last month and that core inflation held steady. Speaking of inflation, a new survey just out this morning reveals 98% of business analysts expect inflation to remain high for the rest of the year. On top of that, a majority of experts do not expect the U.S. to hit the Fed's 2% inflation goal until 2025 or even later. That's the latest from our live center. Tom?
Thank you, Megan. Preakness, an emotional day for trainer Bob Baffert, and why one horse won, another was forced to be euthanized. Coming up, the recap of the day.
This week, the Baltimore City Council will meet to address the upcoming youth curfew enforcement details. Why some are saying the curfew is not going to solve the juvenile crime crisis. 6:42, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Baltimore County Police investigating a deadly crash happening along Route 702 or 702 near the Beltway in Essex. Police say the driver, a 30-year-old man, hit a guardrail and was thrown from his vehicle Saturday night. He was pronounced dead at the hospital.
In Aberdeen, 18 people are displaced after a massive fire ripped through multiple townhomes. A viewer sent us video of the smoke and the flames that caused about $5 million in damage. The state fire marshal says 3 homes collapsed. 1 firefighter was hurt, but is expected to be okay.
Baltimore City's juvenile curfew takes effect in less than a week, but Mayor Scott has not said how much it would, or how it would be enforced.
Taylor Stewart is live with more on the city council hearing happening this week. That's all about that curfew. Taylor.
That's right. So the curfew takes effect Memorial Day weekend. Leading up to it, there are still questions about how it will be enforced, how officers will identify teens who are violating, and will there be repercussions? So this week, city council members are going to gather and talk about this curfew and what the impact will be here on the city. It also comes as there's renewed calls for folks to return back to Annapolis and come for a juvenile crime session to really tackle this issue. We'll have more on that at 7 o'clock and the uptick in juvenile violence. We're live in Baltimore. I'm Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News.
Nationally known civil rights attorney Ben Crump was in Baltimore over the weekend. He once again brought attention to the lack of quality education in city schools.
Shannon Lilly is joining us live now with what does Crump have to say and what he says is needed in the school system. Shannon?
Well, he says more accountability, Tom, is needed in the school system. He says that lack of accountability is leading to a lack of quality education. And it's like a domino effect, he says, because he says with a lack of quality education, that's leading to a school to prison pipeline where a lot of these students are finding themselves leading a life of crime, and then eventually they find themselves behind bars. So it is something that we have seen here in the city. And stay with us because in 15 minutes, we're going to hear directly from Crump on that. We're going to hear what he says needs to change in our schools and how he's working to do that. Now back to you.
All right, 6:47 now, start of a new week. We need to see what weather is heading our way for it.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers joining us right now.
I used to like vanilla pudding. I don't think I do anymore. I haven't had it in a long time. Today's National Vanilla Pudding Day.
So how do you know you don't like it anymore then, if you haven't had it?
Exactly. I mean, I was thinking about that. I was like, when was the last time? And I was like, I remember liking it as a kid, but like as an adult, I don't think I've ever bought it. So maybe I need to try it again.
You should.
Maybe you should.
Give it a whirl.
Today worked then. It got you hooked.
Got me hooked.
It got you thinking.
I like vanilla.
I don't think there's vats of vanilla pudding sitting around where it needs to be sold, but still, it has a day.
What's the pudding that's in donuts? Like if you get a donut, Phil, is that vanilla?
Like the custard?
Pudding? Custard?
Yellow
Much
custard?
more custardy, yeah. But that is the same consistency.
Counts, right?
Yeah, I think so, yeah. Oh, now you said donuts. Man, now I'm all excited about stuff. All right. Good morning to all of you, and happy Monday. It is Monday, and our Towson camera right now, we're looking pretty good. You can see a little bit of the hazy conditions out there. The sun is up, and our temperatures in the mid-50s in Towson with really no wind to speak of. By the way, if you don't know, you can always check those numbers right there on the right side of your screen and on the bottom as well. And we have your forecast info and all of your updated current conditions temperature-wise before you step out the door. That even is on during commercial breaks. We put that J-bar in and burn it into your plasma screens. So here's our look at our next 12 hours. You can't even see Daryl the Dragonfly. It's underneath all of the warmer numbers with upper 70s and lower 80s on the way for today. 77 is typically where we are this time of year. Speaking of flying pilots, overall, got another VFR day. Visual flight rules should be a great day to fly. My buddy Randy and I are going to be flying down there in Annapolis this afternoon. So if you're up there, wave at us, KANP, that little short field. 78 your temperature in Westminster this afternoon. Bel Air almost 80 and lower 80s for Cockeysville and into Baltimore, right about 82 in downtown Baltimore today. And up and down the 95 corridor, we're looking at upper 70s and lower 80s for Philly and Baltimore down through D.C. Speaking of down the ocean, Ocean City was great this weekend. 67 for the high there today. Now, if you do want to get the grass cut, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, a dry week ahead. If the HOA has a problem with my grass, I'm just going to tell them I'm doing no mow May, because I want to make sure those, butterflies and bees and stuff get going. And then I, can kind of pass off the fact that I was a little lazy. So our future scan, we got a little bit more of those clouds kind of rolling in for the afternoon, but staying dry as we head into Tuesday and Wednesday. And really, there's nothing coming down the pipe, guys. We're talking about dry conditions. Even this cold front that makes a run at us late Wednesday into Thursday, that's going to be the northerly wind. That'll be a little bit cooler. The only thing that's going to do, we'll drop our temperatures just a bit as we head closer to your holiday weekend. So upper 70s and lower 80s through Wednesday, but mid 70s roll into Thursday and Friday. We'll keep those mid 70s going Saturday. So the weekend starts great. Next chance for rain doesn't come until Sunday. And even then, it's just a slight chance, at least for right now. Patrice?
All right, looking at our Lynn Stoller traffic network over Loch Raven Boulevard, not a lot of volume on either the inner or the outer loop, so you're good to go if you're heading out the door right now to begin your work week. Taking a live look from our traffic photojournalist Graham. He's on the inner loop of 695 in the Glen Burnie area, and once again, smooth sailing.
Well, you may want to learn a trade like upholstery or sewing, fashion apparel. Stay tuned for Fox 45 Morning News for how you can get involved.
And AAA is giving you advice for your Memorial Day travel, how you can prepare for the holiday weekend.
Oh, and preparing for the holiday weekend, one thing for a long road trip, make sure you are fully caffeinated.
You're going to need some bathroom breaks after that, but still.
With the water behind us.
It's a good time for a coffee break. .654 in your Preakness coverage. National Treasure wins the 148th Preakness Stakes. It was an emotional day for trainer Bob Baffert. Earlier that afternoon, another one of his horses having a meltdown had to be euthanized on the track after being injured during the 6th race of the day. Jockey Luis Saez was thrown off its back and taken to the hospital. But Baffert said in a post-race interview that Saez is doing fine. Now, the horses team says the injury was inoperable and they had to put it down. A statement from the team says the loss will be felt across the entire horse racing community. Governor Wes Moore addressing horse safety all across the state.
It's It's both the health and safety of the animals, and it's also the health and safety of the jockeys. And I know that this is something that it's not just Pimlico and Laurel that are dealing with this. There's challenges in parks all over the country. We do know that the rate and the challenge, the injury rate and also death rate of the horses has actually been declining. But we also know it's still not enough.
The governor also says he is committed to keeping horse racing alive and well in Maryland. A commission established in this most recent legislative session will help the state move forward with safer horse racing practices. Political commentator Armstrong Williams was at the Preakness this weekend. He joins us this morning. Good morning, Armstrong.
Good morning, Patrice.
So you are a regular at Preakness. How was it this year?
I won the Preakness 25 years in a row. But it was emotional to see the horse go down and that it was euthanized on the track. Patrice, I have a long history with horses. My family had horses when I was growing up as a kid. And I know they passed this Horse Racing Integrity and Safety Act. Mitch McConnell pushed it in 2019. And what is crazy, it just took effect this year. Listen, this issue is about selective breeding. They want to make sure they get the right horse, that bred it with the right horse. And so this selective breeding, and then there's this rapid doping. You say these horses need this kind of drug. I mean, it's very complicated. And it's not just in the United States, Patrice. I mean, even at the Grand National Steeplechase held in England, they're having the same problem. At Santa Anita Park in California, the Kentucky Derby. This is an issue that is going to take more than legislation to pass because they breed these horses to run. And you can talk about all these protests that were at the Grand National Steeple where hundreds of people tried to shut down the tracks. It's not going to change. It's such a part of our tradition.
Wait a minute. You're saying it's going to take more than legislation to change what is happening. What will it take? Because these incidences of horses being injured and dying and euthanized, that's not enough. And we've seen a lot of them leading up to the Kentucky Derby and since then.
The problem is, Patrice, is so deeply ingrained in the horses and the trainers and the jockeys and the owners that no set of rules could ever make this truly safe. It's ingrained. It's their DNA. It's what they feel they must do in order to have another secretariat. Loma's rule. That's just what it is. That's the business we're in. They're trying to do better, but it's about competition, and everybody wants to have the next phenomenal horse. And this is what happens when you continue this tradition, and it will continue. It may get better.
So it's just
but
at
it's
the
not
horse's expense for our entertainment and their pockets. It's just what it is. That sounds like what you're saying.
Patrice, it's just like professional football. It's like any sport. It is at our entertainment, and it comes with a cost.
In a way, I mean, even in professional football, the players have a choice. I mean, at some point they can say, I'm not going to do this to myself. The horses don't have that say.
And they never will. And this will continue. And look, I love the Triple Crown. I love horse racing, and I understand the ugliness of it. But there's some things you can do to change it. But overall, this issue will remain the same because it's about winning, it's about competition, and sometimes, Patrice, the horses are secondary. They're not the priority. They're there. They spend all this money on these horses. It's a lot of money. It's a lot of upkeep. Yeah, it's just what it is.
All right, Armstrong, thank you.
Thank you.
Nationally known civil rights attorney Ben Crump in Baltimore over the weekend. Just ahead, the changes he says are still desperately needed in our schools.
Baltimore City's juvenile curfew takes effect in just about a week here, but how it will be enforced, we could get more clarity on that this week. We'll tell you about the hearing that's planned just ahead.
Our temperatures are going to continue to warm up, so numbers that will be in the above average category. Any rain in our future? I'll have the answer for that right here on Fox 45 Morning News. Let's go.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
We are following 3 big stories for you this morning.
Well-known civil rights attorney Ben Crump, who is part of a lawsuit against Baltimore City Public Schools, sits down with Fox 45 News about his lawsuit and how it can spark some change in education nationwide.
As Baltimore continues to struggle with the juvenile crime trend, the city council is set to hold a hearing on the mayor's youth curfew this week, while some are arguing that his plans for a curfew just won't work.
And the clock is ticking for congressional leaders as the debt ceiling deadline approaches soon. What we can expect today is President Joe Biden and House Speaker Kevin McCarthy continue their talks.
Good morning to all of you on this Monday, May 22nd. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and meteorologist Justin Chambers stepping in with us right now, letting us know a little bit more about the forecast.
Yeah, not a bad weekend. I mean, we had some rain, and it came on like Saturday evening, right around the Bruno Mars concert. But he still went on, right?
Oh, yeah.
He did,
yeah.
yes.
Formed.
Good time.
A little bit of poncho, and
exactly.
Good to go. The funnel case got a little soggy.
A little soggy in the funnel cake action, but you know what? It's all good. And we've got a lot of sun that is right now with us, and especially this upcoming week as the O's waking up after the big sweep over the weekend in Toronto. They're off today, then back up in New York tomorrow night, then back here at home on Friday for some Memorial Day weekend baseball. So our mild Monday morning leading to a warmer afternoon ahead. We are going to be staying dry this week and really going to be a few more days before we have any chance of rain rolling in. So as you rise and shine with us next couple of hours, low to mid 60s and even close to 70 by 10 a.m. That sun will be up until 8:19 tonight. We're back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few minutes from right now.
Oh, our children at least the basic quality education so they can have an opportunity at the American promise of life and liberty and the pursuit of happiness. But without a quality education, their future is so bleak from day one.
Nationally known civil rights attorney Ben Crump is getting involved in the fight to hold the Baltimore City school system accountable.
Shannon Lilly is joining us live now with his calls for accountability. Shannon?
Yeah, attorney Ben Crump, Tom, was here in Baltimore over the weekend, and he says the school-to-prison pipeline is happening in our city, meaning many Baltimore City School students are finding themselves in prison because they did not get a quality education. He says there's a lack of accountability in our school system, and the rest of the nation is watching.
My time has been poor from every part of the country. And the reason I keep coming back to Baltimore is I believe Baltimore can be the key to the education crisis all across America. Because if the citizens can make sure that we have accountability and productivity, then that could be a model for cities just like Baltimore and every state in America.
Now, the lawsuit filed on behalf of taxpayers Giovanni and Shawanda Patterson alleges that Baltimore City schools are misusing millions of tax dollars and not providing students with that quality education. And it comes after a grade-changing scheme was uncovered by Project Baltimore and inflated enrollment numbers. Since then, 23 schools in Baltimore had 0 students who were tested proficient in math. And you'll remember that Crump joined this lawsuit in 2022, and he says that quality education is absolutely crucial in creating a better society, both here in Baltimore and around our country. Reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Many experts we have spoken with point to failing schools as a driving factor behind the juvenile crime crisis.
There is a direct correlation. I'm not going to say necessarily causation, but students are disconnected, and it has become even more prevalent.
Dr. David Highbury, you just heard, is the co-founder of Concentric Educational Solutions, a group working with the city to stop the youth crime. He says chronic absenteeism is a big problem driving juvenile violence, and the city and their school system and families need to work together to keep the students engaged in school. City Council is set to hold a hearing on that same issue, but it's not clear when. Meanwhile, former Mayor Sheila Dixon says it comes down to accountability, calling out state laws which make it difficult to charge juveniles with most crimes.
Some of the juveniles know what the laws are, that they're not going to be penalized, but we have to begin to send a different message, that they will be penalized for committing crimes, for carjacks, for robberies, for whatever is going on.
In a city in crisis, another violent weekend in Baltimore. 3 people were shot, including a 15-year-old boy.
Along with becoming victims of crime, we are also seeing a spike in juveniles accused of committing the crimes, including carjackings and shootings.
And as we get closer to the summer months, many believe the incidents will only become more frequent. Mayor Brandon Scott is trying to curb the juvenile crime crisis by enforcing the city's youth curfew.
And Taylor Stewart is joining us live this morning with why critics argue the curfew will not help. Taylor?
I mean, a lot of people just don't understand how it'll be enforced. So this week, City Council is set to hold a hearing on the juvenile curfew that takes effect in about a week here. Now, Mayor Brandon Scott, as you said, he's trying to curb juvenile crime here, which we just checked. It is up 55% shootings for juveniles in the city year over year. Now, in fact, it was that large Easter gathering at the Inner Harbor with all those teens down there that resulted in 2 teens being shot that prompted the mayor to implement this curfew again. Now it comes as some are now calling folks back to Annapolis. They would like to see lawmakers get back to the drawing board for a special session on juvenile crime just ahead of the summer.
Whether it is finding a way to get more of these guns off the streets or tougher penalties to deal with this type of thing, but they definitely need to get more involved in this than to wait another 9 months before another session comes.
Fox 45 News asked Governor Wes Moore about potential solutions for the youth violence and if he will call a special session. Well, he sent this response just last week in a statement. It says, quote, when tragedy strikes and we do nothing, we know we're contending with more than a gun violence issue. As of now, there is no special session that is scheduled, but that hearing on Wednesday is in place. We'll, of course, be there and bring you the latest updates on this curfew as it gets underway. We're live in Baltimore. Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News.
7:06 time is running out in Washington. In less than 2 weeks, the nation is likely to default unless the debt ceiling is lifted.
We want to get right over to Megan Gillen at our live center with the setbacks that President Joe Biden is facing with Republican lawmakers. Megan?
Guys, we're taking you live to Capitol Hill right now, where we know those talks are set to resume this afternoon in this ongoing debt ceiling debate. With little progress made over the weekend, we know hope is now waning that a deal can be made there by the time money runs out. I want to take you live now to the White House here this morning, where we know there has been a proposal there that would limit spending for military and some domestic programs. But that was shot down by Republicans who are calling for an increase in defense spending. If an agreement is not made by June 1st, economists are predicting disastrous consequences. The most immediate effect would be a delay on Social Security payments, which would impact tens of millions of people. Just imagine that. It would also send interest rates even higher and lead to job loss and market turmoil. White House economists now predicting as many as 8 million people could lose their jobs during a prolonged default. 8 million. A default is unprecedented, as is the amount of debt the country has accumulated. Since 2000, the debt has increased by a whopping 460%. We're going to be watching for any updates out of Washington as both sides try to negotiate a compromise here. For now, that's the latest from our live center. Tom, Patrice.
All right, at 7:08, let's get another check of the forecast.
Now we have meteorologist Justin Chambers. He's been talking about a gorgeous weekend where he was in Ocean City playing golf. He's been doing some back stretches for us here a little bit this morning, whining a little bit about what he had.
He's living his best life, it sounds like.
I was not whining. I was just letting, I was just telling him what's going on.
Your forecast was really weak. Your forecast,
we'll work on that.
It was more like sorecast.
I like that. The sorecast is good. Yeah, but 7:30 stretch is happening in about 20 minutes. So hopefully that will help. We'll get the blood flowing, get things moving just a little bit. A little creaky, but it's all good. I hope you had a great weekend as well. We've got much nicer conditions here for the next few days. A little hazy right now from our Towson camera, Mile 1 Auto Group cam. If you are out for a run or a jog, get yourself all stretched out and see those temps mild, low to mid 60s here on your jogging cast for the next couple of hours. On your 3T cast, 82 today. We're at 60 tonight and then upper 70s tomorrow. Overall, some very nice conditions. Now, we're not tracking much rain, but there could be some rain for our holiday weekend forecast coming up. We'll talk about that. Back to you.
Making headlines in Baltimore County, police officers honor fallen hero Officer Amy Caprio.
Now, officers wore mourning bands on their badges Sunday. In May of 2018, Officer Caprio responded to a call about a suspicious vehicle in Perry Hall. When she arrived on scene, she approached the Jeep, asking the driver to get out. That Jeep then accelerated, hitting and killing Officer Caprio. Her name is inscribed on a monument at Patriot Plaza in Towson.
Trending this morning, the Highlandtown Wine Festival is back. The festival was canceled for the past 3 years because of the COVID pandemic. Hundreds of people gathered in the Highlandtown neighborhood for festivities, including food, live music, and of course, plenty of wine.
48 Baltimore area schools partnering with the Maryland SPCA, all to help out the animals. Students from those schools submitting artwork for the 10th annual Kindness for Paws art show at the White Marsh Mall. We brought this to you live Friday morning. The community had the opportunity to buy the students' art, all proceeds going to support animal shelters. Organizers say it doesn't just help the animals, it's also good for the students.
Many of these young people, this might be the first time their art has ever been displayed. And I think it's also important for our community to remember art is extremely important. It helps kids to develop so many different skills. And on top of that, again, they are teaching our community about kindness to animals, about adopting from shelters, and how important that is.
You can also buy digital downloads of the artwork. You can find a link to all their art on our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. Here's a look at the stories that are making your headlines this hour. Governor Wes Moore receiving pushback and criticism since signing Senate Bill 1 into law. How one man in the community is protesting in a very controversial way.
Mental health in the workplace is crucial for the overall success of any company. After the break, what you can do to reduce the stigma about mental health issues at work. 7:11, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined. The following segment is sponsored by GBMC.
May is Mental Health Awareness Month, a good time to take stock of our concerns and needs as it relates to our mental well-being. And while some people may want to get help in that area, they might feel embarrassed or even worried about talking about their healthcare needs with their employer. For today's Monday Morning House Call, Lisa Walker is GBMC Healthcare's Chief Diversity and Learning Officer, and she's joining us with more on talking about mental health at work. Good morning, Lisa.
Good morning.
So if you do have mental health concerns, is this a conversation that you need to have with your employer?
That's a great question, especially during May when we do recognize Mental Health Awareness Month. The short answer is there are a lot of positive outcomes to talking about mental health, even in the work environment. From a diversity, equity, and inclusion perspective, when we think about mental health and the stigmas that are often attached to that topic, it is important to be able to have spaces where we can create open dialogue for conversations to help break some of those stigmas. And when we're able to openly disclose and have these conversations in our work environment, it does help to create psychological safety, environments of trust, both which are great recipes for creating and fostering an environment of inclusion. Mm-hmm. And we recognize, though, that these conversations can be challenging and tough to navigate. So we help to keep people in perspective that while it is important to share these challenging things they may be going through, that they should only do so when it feels appropriate and comfortable for them.
And so how do you suggest that they even begin that conversation with their employer?
Another great question. And when we think about how to start those conversations, it's not a real cookie cutter answer to that question, because everyone's circumstances and situations are going to be different for their particular work environment. But two things to keep in mind is to start with your why. Why do you want to have the conversation, and what do you hope to gain, and what do you hope for the outcomes to be? Are you trying to build a better relationship with your boss and understanding? The second tip to understand is perhaps start off by just educating people on your particular diagnosis and the impact it might have on how you show up to work day in and day out.
And what do you say to people who say, I want to have that conversation, but I'm still worried? I'm worried that my boss will now look at me differently, and maybe even I won't get the promotions, or I won't be given the consideration on my job because they now think I have this issue. Well, how do you reassure them?
Well, it's important to remember that we're all protected under certain employment laws that protect us from, discrimination or fear of retribution for disclosing this type of information. And we also recommend that if employees have concerns about talking with their boss, you can also speak directly with your Employee Health Services Department, who can help to navigate resources such as FMLA and ADA accommodations that are in place for all of us to be protected in our workplace, even if we choose to disclose.
All right, great information. Lisa, thank you so much for joining us this morning.
Thank you.
7:18 now.
That's right, and we have meteorologist Justin Chambers looking at the forecast, hanging out, excited to be here.
I am. You know what? Because it's a Monday, and you know what? We got dry weather. We've got temperatures that are above average. Great day to be outside, right?
Oh, yeah.
Looking forward to being outside.
Okay, good. Me too. I haven't even done my Superman walk yet. And I got the 7:30 stretch coming up. Moo Yee's ready. She's got her hat game on today, so we're feeling good. A little sore, but that's okay. I'm not gonna cry over spilled milk or whatever you do. Our live cam over downtown Baltimore right now, a little hazy, but the sun is definitely out, and our temperatures aren't too bad as the kids get back to school. Beep, beep, man, summer break right around the corner. Got Memorial Day weekend on the way. 57 your temp this hour, upper 70s through noontime and into the lower 80s in that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. So a warm afternoon. There's Hank the Bird. Good morning, Hank. Yeah, he's very excited about the O's and the the sweep in Toronto, another series victory as the O's are back here at home coming up on Friday. 78 by noontime into the lower 80s in that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. And check in your numbers across your neighborhoods. Westminster, Manchester up into Hampstead in the upper 70s today for Carroll County, close to 80 in Reisterstown, over to Cockeysville and Hunt Valley, right about 80 in Perry Hall and White Marsh and down into Dundalk as well. Howard and Arundel counties also in the upper 70s and lower 80s. 70s for Ellicott City and Elk Ridge over through Glen Burnie. 79 your high today in Annapolis. And the pollen forecast, still on the high category for trees, grass, and mold. So with the fact that we got a little bit of rain on Saturday, that helped a bit. But overall, with this dry stretch we have coming, those allergies more than likely are going to potentially be an issue this week. Now, Betty the butterfly likes that, flying around, seeing some nice, good afternoons to be out there, checking those flowers out. Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, green lights across the board with a dry and warm week ahead. So we do have some cloud cover that's going to roll in this afternoon, not tracking any rain with that. And as we take you into Tuesday and Wednesday, again, staying dry. The only thing we're looking at is a weak cold front that's going to come through late Wednesday afternoon and into the evening time. You can see that thing sweeping right through there. That's the next weather maker, but it's a dry cold front, so it's not associated with any moisture. Will be cooler behind that front right as we head toward the end of the week. Shout out to Donna B in Essex, and that is Asia, the kitty right there, licking its lips. So thank you very much, Donna, for sending that picture in of Asia. Sweet little kitty. And love to get your pet pics too. Always accepting them, trying to get them on TV as much as I can. I got a whole email inbox, but it's jcchambers@foxbaltimore.com. Send me your pics. We'll get them on TV. All right, so lower 80s through Wednesday, mid 70s Thursday and Friday, and we carry that into Saturday. And really our next chance for rain, even though it's small, is coming up on Saturday. All right, back to you.
All right, Justin, we have some breaking news we want to tell you about. Taking a live look over Silver Spring right now, and you can see a Maryland State Trooper. What we're hearing about is now in the hospital after another driver, we're hearing an impaired driver, strikes his vehicle in a work zone. It happened just a little while ago this morning after 4:30, right on the inner loop of the Beltway near Colesville Road, University Boulevard. The trooper was inside his marked patrol vehicle in that work zone when a Mercedes SUV rear-ended his vehicle. The trooper was taken to shock trauma here in Baltimore. Now, we are told he is expected to be okay. The driver of the Mercedes was taken to a suburban hospital in Bethesda, and the Maryland State Police crash team is now investigating. It's causing some major backups along 495 in D.C. Numerous mental health benefits related to movement. Still ahead in our 9 o'clock hour, the movements that you could do to challenge your mind. 7:22 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
We are starting off dry for the beginning of this brand new work week.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers is going to let us know how warm it's going to get and when we'll see some rain falling in our area.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
7:28, we're taking you live to Toronto, where the Orioles got their first sweep in the season against the Toronto Blue Jays. They won last night's game 8-3. The O's are off to New York, where they will face the Yankees tomorrow, and that's a 3-game series. And the Yankees are 3 games behind the O's in that division, which is unbelievable.
What you're saying is another sweep
up.
on the is on the way.
In New York, that's right.
That would be amazing. Yeah. Welcome back on this Monday. 7:28 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. Meteorologist Justin Chambers. He's very excited about the O's season right now and everything that's going on. Nonstop talking about it.
Well deserved.
Right? I mean, Cedric Mullins, 5 hits yesterday. They had a 5-run 11th inning to just kind of put the Blue Jays away. And a division sweep is great, right, guys? I mean, because we have to play those teams 13 times each for all the teams this year. It's fewer than what we used to do, but either way, love getting that division sweep and taking the day off, well-deserved day off. Your O's are back in Baltimore coming up on Friday night. A live cam over downtown, looking pretty nice right now. Got that sun that is out there. I just did my Superman walk. Feels good outside. Maybe a light jacket, but overall kind of a mild Monday morning and definitely a warmer afternoon ahead. And we stay dry this week as well. So as the kids head out to the bus stop, beep, beep, temperatures are in the 50s this hour, into the upper 70s for noontime and recess, and we'll get in those lower 80s for the afternoon today. We're back with your full forecast. We'll break that down for you coming up in just a few minutes from right now. Patrice?
All right, looking at the Lynn Sterler traffic network now as we take a look at the cameras around our region. Look at that. You couldn't ask for better on a Monday morning, at least in our region. Now in the D.C. area, they're facing a bit of a problem. So if you have to head to the D.C. area, give yourself some time because they're having issues. But right here for us, we look great.
The number one priority and the number one focus that I have is I want to make sure that all Marylanders can feel safe in their own communities and feel safe in their own neighborhoods.
If you're a parent, you may support the right to bear arms, But if your 7-year-old's getting off that school bus stop, you're scared.
Developing this morning, pushback over Senate Bill 1 continues to heat up after Governor Wes Moore signed that bill into law.
Now, it limits the wear, carry, and transport of firearms in many public places for those who have went through the entire process. But now one man in the community is protesting in a very controversial way.
Shannon Lilly is joining us live to explain. Shannon.
Yeah, so what's happening, Patrice and Tom, there's a man by the name of Jaden McAdory, and he has been openly carrying his AR-15 right near a school bus stop in Severn. He's been doing it for the last several weeks to protest this law. In fact, we'll pull up some video now so you can see that for yourself. And he argues that taking guns away from legal gun owners is not going to have the effect that the governor wants. The governor, though, argues that he passed this law because of people just like him.
He's literally helping to make my point. People should not be able to carry whatever they want, wherever they want, to include bus stops and places around children.
The legal criminals will always still have the guns. The legal guns will never disappear just because you take it away from people like me.
McAdory there says Senate Bill 1 will only lead to disarming legal gun owners, leaving them helpless against criminals. But we also spoke with political analyst John Deedy about this, and he has a different take on McAdory's way of protesting this law. He says his actions could lead to even stricter gun laws in the next legislative session.
This gentleman acting out or trying to get his 15 minutes of fame may create a situation now where the General Assembly says, we've got another spot, we want it next year.
Yeah, speaking of that, although Senate Bill 1 does prohibit guns in schools, it does not prohibit them at bus stops, meaning once this law takes effect in October, he could still technically carry that AR-15 right at that bus stop in front of those kids, just like he's doing now. Reporting in Baltimore, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
And in Senate Bill 1 was created in response to a Supreme Court decision ending Maryland's good and substantial reasoning requirement to get a wear and carry permit. While you no longer need to submit a reason to get a permit, the process of obtaining one is still very comprehensive. It includes registering online with the state and submitting fingerprints, and then getting the background check, going through 16 hours of paid training with state police or a qualified handgun instructor. It's 8 additional hours for each renewal. After that, you also need to provide a passport-style photo. Then there's the fee, $75 for new applicants, $50 for renewal or subsequent licenses.
Every person living in Baltimore and the state of Maryland, regardless of how they feel about these issues, needs to recognize that we have an obligation and we have to start to make a difference, even if it's small steps.
Doctors on the front lines of the city crime crisis speaking out about the level of bloodshed they're encountering in the emergency departments.
Fox 45 spoke to the lead surgeon at Baltimore Shock Trauma. Taylor Stewart joins us live with what has become ingrained in Baltimore's culture, according to them. Taylor.
Well, perhaps there's no one more familiar with the pain and suffering of child gun victims than the people who treat them. Now, Fox 45 News sat down with doctors and surgeons on the front line to say gun violence has really just become normalized in the culture of Baltimore, with many families and teens seeing it as a way of life, part of life to possibly get shot here in Baltimore. Now, at this point, we spoke to Dr. Thomas Scalia. He has seen the worst of the worst. He's been Baltimore's lead shock trauma surgeon for more than 2 decades. And he says he's seen tragedy on all levels and an increasing number of teens on the operating table, with some families losing not 1, but 2 children to gun violence.
Her second child, her only child, came in and died a year after her first child came in and died. It's crazy. When something terrible happens, you go, well, that was only 2. And you go, wait a minute, that's crazy. That we think it's okay because only 2 kids got hurt this week, or 2 anythings.
Now, Dr. Scalia, along with those other surgeons and doctors we spoke with, are calling on anyone to do something about the level of bloodshed and gun violence that is senselessly claiming the lives of so many young victims here in Baltimore City. For now, we're live in Baltimore. I'm Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News.
Thank you, Taylor. It's going to be another rough week in the tech industry. Next round of layoffs expected to come down this week for Facebook's parent company.
Megan Gillen is at our live center with how this is expected to play out and what it means for our economy. Megan?
Here's what we know, guys. Meta already cut 11,000 jobs in November and announced in March it would be cutting another 10,000 by the end of this month. That second wave has already started, with 4,000 workers let go last month, leaving another 6,000 who could be cut this week. Other economic headlines due out this week include 2 reports on home sales and the second of 2 inflation reports that we get every month, the Personal Consumption Expenditures Index, or PCE as it's known. And this is the Fed's preferred inflation report. It is expected to show that income and spending both rose in the last month and that core inflation held steady. Speaking of inflation, guys, there was a new survey just out this morning revealing 98% of business analysts expect inflation to remain high for the rest of this year. Not great news. A majority of experts do not expect the U.S. to hit the Fed's 2% inflation goal until 2025, if not later. That's the latest from our live center. Tom?
Thank you, Megan. Civil rights attorney Ben Crump getting involved in a lawsuit to hold the Baltimore City public school system accountable. Still ahead this morning. He says this lawsuit can change the school system nationwide.
Temperatures will be in the mid-70s today. Just ahead, when we can expect a cold front to pass our region. 7:36, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
.39, and it is so Baltimore. The Kavanaugh House is on a mission to revive trade programs in Baltimore City.
They teach a wide variety of skills, which in turn empowers students. Founder and executive director Stacey McAleer joins us this morning to share more. Good morning, Stacey.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm great. All right, so tell us a little more about what exactly you guys do at the Kavanaugh House.
Sure. So the Kavanaugh House is a nonprofit trades and program that teaches upholstery, and sewing, and fashion design. And so what we do is we help individuals gain financial stability and independence by giving them the support, the opportunity, and the training to learn these trades and gain a career.
Stacey, so then when you do that, though, I know a lot of students are going, you know what, the cost of college is way too much. I just kind of want to get into certain industries. Do they have to have some kind of experience? And then what cost would it be to the student that joins the Kavanaugh House?
No, this is a completely free program, and they need no skill set whatsoever. We start them from ground zero. We provide all the tools and equipment that they need to learn these trades, and we give them master instructors who have been doing these trades for 30 plus years, and it's a really, really great opportunity to learn these trades that are much needed in our industry.
So if some of the work that we're seeing as we're looking around the room is their work, that's pretty impressive. So they're learning some great skills. Who is eligible for this program? Because now everybody watching this is going to want to sign up.
Yes, so any individual in need of financial stability. So our students range from being on complete government assistance to trying to figure out how to make ends meet every month. So it's a wide range of people, and you know, the students are doing, they just are doing great in this program. They are just like sponges and absorbing it.
Oh, it's great for the Kavanaugh House. It's great for the students. How long, the last question for you then, Stacey, how long is this program? How long should we set aside to say, okay, I want to learn the trade. How long will that take me?
Yes, so it's a self-paced program, but relatively, the fashion program lasts about a year, and the upholstery program lasts like 2 years, and then we have an actual entrepreneurship program where they can learn to start to open their own workroom, and they get business classes, so that's another year after that.
That is pretty impressive. That's a great program. All right, so we're going to talk with you more throughout the morning because we have more questions, but we're out of time now. Stacey, thank you.
Thank you.
If you'd like to learn some more information about this program in the Kavanaugh House, just go to our website. That's foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
Thousands of people showing up for Preakness weekend every year. Still ahead this morning, we're going to highlight the lot attendants who work to make sure that your Preakness experience is as smooth as possible.
And warmer weather means more motorcycles out on the roads. Coming up after the break, how you can be extra cautious when sharing the road with those two-wheelers or even three-wheelers. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. 7:45, and yeah, happening now. You probably already have seen or most likely heard the motorcycles that are back out on our highways and roadways. And as the weather warms, we'll be sharing the road with even more motorcyclists. And joining us this morning, keep all drivers safe, Administrator at Maryland Motor Vehicle Administration, Chrissy Nizer. Good morning, Chrissy.
Morning. Thanks for having me.
Sure. Thanks for doing this month. Motorcycle Safety Awareness Month is very important. Tell us about what Maryland and the NBA is doing to help keep everyone safe.
Is so important. As we look at our numbers of fatalities on our roadways, we see that 80% of fatalities involving motorcycles actually happen between this month and October. Obviously, people are out enjoying the warm weather. We love that, but we want to make sure everybody's safe and everybody arrives home safely. And so our message is really that both the motorist and the motorcycle rider have a shared responsibility, and we both need to look out for each other.
And looking out, though, is a little bit different. I mean, if you're used to seeing two headlights coming at you and now you're not really sure, that seems to be the biggest issue, that vehicle drivers just don't see the motorcyclists.
Really important. So our message for the driver is really to look twice, especially when you're coming to intersections or you're going to change lanes. You want to make sure they're not in your blind spot because, as you said, they are much smaller. And so just the visibility is so critical, and obviously distractions even more dangerous around motorcycles, speeding again. And for the motorcyclists, we want them to be safe too. So protective gear is really important. Their speed, not riding impaired, of course. All those same safety messages for both the rider as well as the driver.
Chrissy, I know Maryland and the NBA has a lot of education for somebody that may say, you know what, I want to get a motorcycle license, or at least try it. There's a lot of education involved here. You recently announced the return of the fast track. Can you explain that?
We're really excited about that. We encourage training both for the beginner as well as the experienced rider. You can go back and get a refresher. But a program that we're offering between now and September at our branch offices is to be able to go in and get your license all in one day. We know there's some experienced riders that for whatever reason never got that motorcycle license or let it lapse. And so to take it all the ease away, we want to make it painless as possible. You can come in and take the knowledge test and then take the skills test the same day and ride out with that motorcycle license. So it is a program we encourage you to make an appointment, go with your MyMBA account, and you can sign up.
The appointments are incredible on that. That helps speed everybody's process along, both for the workers and for those that are coming in trying to take care of anything with you. So let's talk on a personal note, though. You can speak from some authority because you've actually gone through some motorcycle training.
I went through the motorcycle training course myself. It is a wonderful course, and I highly encourage it. It gives you that perspective from a motorcycle rider, and so really important that we're all aware of each other and that we're safe. We want to enjoy the wonderful weather that we've had, but we want everybody to ride home safely.
Well, Motor Vehicle Administration, Chrissy Nizer, thank you so much. We appreciate your expertise, and just look out for the motorbikes.
Very much.
Thank you.
Well, it's 7:48 now. A lot of motorcyclists out on the roads now that it is warmer. So we'll see just how warm we're talking.
Yeah, our meteorologist Justin Chambers talking about all this week is perfect for the bike, right?
Oh, my gosh, yeah. All outdoor activities are going to be having no issues, at least weather-wise, in terms of being dry and temperatures that will be a little bit warmer than what we saw yesterday. Looking out over the Inner Harbor, mainly calm conditions. Ahoy, boaters and watermen on your captain's cast. That high tide coming in just a little bit at 9:21 for Fort McHenry, and goes back out the low tide 4:43 this afternoon. So if you are going to be out on the water, northeast wind about 5 to 10 knots. The wind does pick up a little bit later this afternoon into the evening time. We'll have a little easterly wind at about 10 to 15 knots where those waves could get a little bit choppier. But I know we're getting we're probably already in boating season. A lot more of those boats are unwrapped and ready to go for Memorial Day weekend, which is just around the corner. 77-year average this time of year. A lot of us in the upper 70s and lower 80s. And yeah, nothing but dry conditions here. And most of the eastern half of the U.S. staying mainly dry with upper 70s and lower 80s. 100 degrees in Phoenix today. One of the cooler spots, Seattle and Portland in the 60s, but that's out in the Pacific Northwest. But overall, even down to Charlotte, Atlanta in the 70s and 80s, Nashville at 84 this afternoon. So here's a look at your car wash cast Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. If you do want to clean up those rides, you're good to go. 3 greens across the board, and 3 greens is always a good thing, especially when you're trying to keep that car clean. We'll have a little bit of cloud cover later this afternoon, but it's not going to amount to any rain. And we stay dry for Tuesday and Wednesday. Next weather maker is really a cold front coming through. That'll happen late Wednesday night into Thursday. You can actually see it right there on your screen. Usually we have some moisture associated with that. We'll get a few clouds, but we're not really tracking any rain as that cold front passes by and drops our temperatures a bit heading toward the end of the week. Shout out to Lori Price, sent us this picture of Piper and Skylar right there. Those are great looking doggies. Looks like a little morning walk is what they were enjoying. So Lori, thank you so much for sending that picture in. And we love to get your pet pics too. JC Chambers at foxbaltimore.com. 7 days from today, and next Monday, can you believe it? Memorial Day. And then we're just a month out, almost a month out from Father's Day. Juneteenth is in 4 weeks from today, and 30 days from today, the summer solstice. Those daylight hours will continue to increase for the next 30 days, and then it starts going the other way. So temperatures upper 70s, lower 80s through Wednesday. We're back to the mid 70s as we approach the weekend. Overall, looking very nice. Our next actual chance for rain is Sunday, but even then, it looks like it's just a slight chance at this time. Patrice?
Staying active benefits your physical health and your mental health, too. Coming up in our 9 o'clock hour, the simple exercises you can do at home to boost your energy.
And if you need an energy boost right now, we have got just the thing.
We're not talking about jumping jacks. We're talking about the perfect time for a coffee break.
.754 and thousands flock to Pimlico for Preakness weekend every year. So how about some love for the people who make sure all that traffic keeps moving at a steady pace?
God bless them. Photojournalist Morgan Pravado has the sights and sounds of Preakness weekend from some unsung heroes.
Park it. Preakness parking. I'm just parking. I'm just out here just be parking. I really don't like to say too much. You know where the parks are? My name is Sean. I'm out here parking cars.
Come on, come in some more.
You need somewhere to park, ma'am? You need somewhere to park? We charge whatever y'all can bring, we charge.
You can park with me, I'll give you for 50.
Can't beat it. It's a whole neighbor thing. Neighbor 1, neighbor 2, neighbor 3, neighbor 4. We just want people to come here and park. Some people come here every year that know us and they like to be safe in their yards.
They come every year and have a good time. Oh, yeah. They so sweet and nice.
Hey, my God. I knew that was you. It feels great for me. Because I've been around Park since I was a child, so it feels great. So.
Yeah, I've been in this neighborhood for so long. 35 years. But they comes back and be real nice, though, you know? They real nice people. How you doing? You want to turn down?
It's wonderful to see people that from different cultures and races come to your house and just want to hang out and chill.
It's a long day. You're right. Have fun.
I feel like I've been up for like 40 to 56 hours. I just came from work from 11 p.m. to 9 a.m. Basically, I ain't getting no sleep yet. But it's not even about me making no money because I make sure my mother, it's for her bills because she's not working. So she just got out of surgery Thursday. So I'm doing this for her. I really don't want to, but I have to. I have a brother locked up. One of my brothers is gone. My oldest brother's gone. So it's only me. So I have to do what's right. I just do this to be positive, you know, just to have something fun to do.
Come on, move over, go all the way down. Come on, do that. Drop them off.
We're just happy to just have something up here, up in the 21215 area. I'm just thanking God that we out here having fun, and I'm always about positive.
That was a very positive and uplifting story right there. Thank you, Morgan. We're expecting lots of sunshine today. Talk about staying positive. Meteorologist Justin Chambers letting us know how the work week is shaping up.
And Baltimore's juvenile curfew takes effect in just a week here. But before that, there's a hearing to discuss how it'll be enforced. We'll tell you about that just ahead here on Fox 45.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this beautiful Monday, May 22nd. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen. We have meteorologist Justin Chambers here joining us.
Have you guys stepped outside yet?
No, and I looked outside.
You keep saying how it's a beautiful morning. I'm like, go check.
Busy.
We're relying on what you say.
Yes.
So hopefully.
Well, it's very nice.
Yay.
And, earlier, maybe needed a little bit of a light jacket, but probably not now as our temperatures are continuing to warm up. We've slid into the lower 60s here this hour. And looking out from our Towson camera, you can see kind of a haze out there. There's still some of that Canadian wildfire smoke hanging out in the upper levels of the atmosphere, making its way across North America. Good news is they got some rain over the weekend, and that had definitely helped to put off some of those fires. So a mild Monday morning, warmer afternoon ahead, and we are staying dry this week. We're really not going to see much in the way of rain until we get into at least the middle of our Memorial Day weekend, and even then it's a slim chance. Next few hours, we'll get to the mid-60s, 70s on the way through midday, and we're even in the lower 80s by about 1 o'clock this afternoon. Back with your full forecast, we'll talk about that next chance for rain and what we can expect the rest of this week. Back to you.
Now taking a look at our Lynn Stoller traffic network as we take a live look at some of the cameras throughout the Baltimore region. Look at that, what you want to see. Traffic moving along beautifully, no issues to report. Turning now to a city in crisis, another violent weekend in Baltimore. 3 people shot, including a 15-year-old boy.
Along with becoming victims of crime, we are also seeing a spike in juveniles accused of committing crimes, including carjackings and shootings. And as we get closer to the summer months, many believe the incidents will only become more frequent.
This morning, we have live team coverage on a city in crisis. In a few minutes, Taylor Stewart will join us with why some are arguing that the mayor's plan for a curfew for minors will not work.
But we begin with Shannon Lilly. She is joining us live with the calls for accountability from nationally known civil rights attorney Ben Crump and how he's getting involved in the fight to hold the Baltimore City public school system accountable. Shannon.
Yeah, Megan, attorney Ben Crump was here in Baltimore over the weekend, and he says the school-to-prison pipeline is happening here in our city, where essentially we are seeing many Baltimore City school students finding themselves in prison because they did not get a quality education. He says there's still a lack of accountability inside city schools, and the rest of the nation is watching.
My time has been poor from every part of the country. And the reason I keep coming back to Baltimore is I believe Baltimore can be the key to the education crisis all across America. Because if the citizens can make sure that we have accountability and productivity, then that could be a model for cities just like Baltimore and every state in America.
You'll remember the lawsuit filed on behalf of taxpayers Giovanni and Shawanda Patterson alleges that Baltimore City schools are misusing millions of tax dollars and not providing students with a quality education. And it comes after a grade-changing scheme was uncovered by Project Baltimore and inflated enrollment numbers as well. Since then, 23 schools in Baltimore had 0 students who were tested proficient in math. So you'll remember that Crump joined this lawsuit back in 2022. And he argues that a quality education is absolutely crucial for bettering our society here in Baltimore as well as around the country. Reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Many experts we have spoken with point to failing schools having a correlation to the juvenile crime crisis, and they claim they're taking action.
There's a direct correlation. I'm not going to say necessarily causation, but students are disconnected, and it has become even more prevalent post-pandemic. This year in Baltimore City, we would have, by the end of the school year, we would have conducted almost 30,000 home visits across the city. And it's just the conversations that we're having with people, with students. They need to feel connected with an adult in the school.
Well, Dr. David Heiber is the co-founder of Concentric Educational Solutions, a group that is working with the city to stop youth crime. And he says chronic absenteeism is a big problem, driving juvenile violence. City Council is set to hold a hearing on that issue, but it's not clear when that's going to happen. Meanwhile, former Mayor Sheila Dixon says it comes down to accountability, calling out state laws which make it difficult to charge juveniles with most crimes.
Some of the juveniles know what the laws are, that they're not going to be penalized, but we have to begin to send a different message, that they will be penalized for committing crimes, for carjacks, for robberies, for whatever is going on.
Mayor Brandon Scott is trying to curb the juvenile crime crisis by enforcing the city's youth curfew.
Taylor Stewart continuing our team coverage this morning with why critics argue the curfew will not help. Taylor.
I think there's just a lot of confusion, Meg and Patrice, about how it will be enforced. So this week, city council leaders are set to hold a hearing on that juvenile curfew. As you said, it's an effort from Mayor Brandon Scott to curb juvenile crime, which we just checked with the Neighborhood Safety and Accountability Dashboard. Juvenile homicides are up 55% this year compared to last. In fact, it was that large Easter gathering at the Inner Harbor that resulted in the shooting of 2 teens that prompted the mayor to bring back the summer curfew. It takes effect Memorial Day weekend and comes as some are calling for lawmakers to go back to Annapolis for a special session to address the juvenile crime crisis.
Whether it is finding a way to get more of these guns off the streets or tougher penalties to deal with this type of thing, but they definitely need to get more involved in this than to wait another 9 months before another session comes.
Our crews reached out to Governor Westmore to see if he plans to call a special session. His response came last week in a statement. It reads, "Tragedy strikes, and we do nothing. We are contending with more than a gun violence issue. But as of now, there is no special session scheduled. But that hearing on Wednesday, it is set to take place. Of course, we'll be there and bring you the very latest on the curfew." For now in Baltimore, I'm Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News.
Doctors on the front lines of the city's crime crisis are speaking out. Why some say the bloodshed is becoming part of Baltimore's culture.
Negotiations resuming right here this afternoon. What economists are warning as the deadline nears.
We've got sunshine that's out there, and that sun's staying with us throughout the day today. We're talking about warmer numbers as well. Talk about just how warm they get coming up in a few minutes. 8:09 is your time right now on your Monday morning. I hope you had a great weekend. Of course, Preakness, a big success for a lot of folks around here, and upper 50s and low to mid 60s for Woodlawn and Baltimore right now. 64 in Rosedale, out through Essex and Middle River. 59 in Joppatown, right about 62 in Brooklyn Park. So as you head out the door, maybe just a real thin layer of jacket, but definitely the sunglasses for later today, and no need for the umbrella either. So out for a run or a jog. We'll keep those 60s and even into the lower 70s over the next couple of hours on your jogging cast. Back with your full forecast. We'll talk about how warm we get this week and if there's any more rain in our future.
8:10 now. Time is running out in Washington. In less than 2 weeks, the nation is likely to default unless the debt ceiling is lifted.
Let's get right to Tom Rogers in our live center with the setbacks President Joe Biden is facing with Republican lawmakers. Tom.
Yeah, in fact, taking you live to the White House, where we know President Biden and House Speaker will be meeting here this afternoon because there are ongoing discussions on the debt ceiling. With little progress made over the weekend, just a phone call between McCarthy and Biden. Well, the deal, they say, can be made, but time is running out. Now, live now from the White House, where the latest proposal would limit spending for military and some domestic programs, but that was shot down by Republicans who are calling for an increase in defense spending and defensive spending in agreement. It is not made by June 1st. Economists, they're predicting disastrous consequences. We've all heard that. The most immediate effect would be a delay on Social Security payments, which would impact tens of millions. Now, it would also send interest rates even higher and then lead to job loss and market turmoil. White House economists now predicting as many as 8 million people could lose their jobs during a prolonged default, a default that lasts more than 3 or 4 months. A default is unprecedented, as is the amount of debt the country has accumulated. In fact, you see it right there. Since 2000, debt has increased a whopping 460%. We'll, of course, be watching any updates out of Washington from both sides as they negotiate a compromise. For now, that's the latest from our live center.
Climate activists take a dive into the iconic Trevi Fountain in Rome. The charges they're facing now after throwing more than just a coin into the water.
And New York City's mayor is calling on the federal government to address the nation's migrant crisis, the latest instance that sparked the call and why some lawmakers are praising him. It's 8:12 now, and you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
8:15, the border crisis continues as U.S. immigration officials are investigating the death of an 8-year-old girl who died while in Border Patrol custody. They say the girl was seen at least 3 separate times by medical personnel on the day of her death last week. According to the girl's mother, the 8-year-old had a history of heart problems, and agents repeatedly ignored her pleas for help. The acting commissioner for Customs and Border Patrol says that they are reviewing cases of all known medically fragile individuals in custody while they await the outcome of the investigation.
This comes as New York City Mayor Eric Adams is calling on the federal government to address the nation's migrant crisis.
If everyone takes a small portion of that, and if it's coordinated at the border, to ensure that those who are coming here to this country in a lawful manner is actually moved throughout the entire country. It is not a burden on one city.
His comments come as buses of asylum seekers continue to arrive in the Big Apple. Adams says more than 70,000 have come to the city in recent months, and 42,000 are still in city care. Miami's Republican Mayor Francis Suarez praising Adams' remarks. He says that he is happy the Democrat is standing up to the federal government.
I mean, he has to focus on crime reduction, and instead, you see images of police officers helping people in the classic Roosevelt Hotel find housing. And so, these officers should be, and you would want them to be focused on reducing crime, and instead have to deal with this migrant crisis, which, as you've said, should be a federal issue.
The White House pledging $30 million to New York City to help with the influx of migrants. But Adams says the issue has already cost the city more than $1 billion. In Miami, however, Suarez says the city has yet to receive any federal assistance.
Download the Fox 45 News app for up-to-the-minute traffic conditions, school closings, breaking news, and weather anytime. Search WBFF in your app store.
Making headlines now this morning, climate activists in Italy dumped charcoal into Rome's famous Trevi fountain. Authorities say about 10 people showed up at the site Sunday holding banners that read slogans including "Our country is dying." Rome police say all of the activists were arrested at the scene and they face vandalism charges. The group has previously carried out 2 similar attacks. Rome's mayor called on the activists to stop targeting national and artistic monuments.
Making space headlines, SpaceX successfully launched a private flight to the International Space Station.
Engines full power and liftoff, Falcon 9, go Axiom.
Those on board yesterday's flight include Saudi Arabia's first astronaut in decades and John Schaffner, a Tennessee businessman who started his own sports car racing team. This crew is scheduled to spend about 8 days at the station. Axiom Space, the company that arranged the flight, has not disclosed the ticket prices, but the passengers on their first private flight to space paid $55 million each.
What?
$55 million each.
Right. And this is a live shot of it. I mean, it's pretty amazing. I'm an adventurous in a lot of ways, not this way. I want to stay right here.
You don't want to go to the space station?
Absolutely do not.
No, $55 million is fine for me to shell out. It's just the being away from family part.
Right.
But what if you could bring, don't you think the girls would love going to the space station?
No, I
floating
know.
around?
Because you miss everything. No. Are you in?
Yeah, I want to go to space.
I mean, they're only going for 8 days. So they're going for 8
Yeah.
days. So this is a short turnaround for them.
Yeah.
I still would not do.
See, here on
any of
Earth,
that.
you get lost. You've got Waze. You've got MapQuest.
Right.
You get lost in space.
You're
and
lost in space.
Yes,
That's
you're
it.
gone.
That's a movie or
Right.
a TV show. Yeah, yeah. But that's
And
really,
it's very small. I mean, space is huge, but being in those other things are very small in space.
you're in a confined space.
No,
in space.
You lost me right there.
Yeah.
Deep
All right.
thoughts on the morning show.
Yeah. Remember that Gravity movie with what's her name
Yes.
and the other guy? George Clooney and what? Sandra Bullock. Yeah,
Good job,
yeah.
Tom.
Yeah. Thanks, Tom. Appreciate that. Stepping up. Our live cam. Good morning. Grounded here on Earth and looking out over the Inner Harbor. Not too bad right now. In fact, good day to get out on the boats, boaters and watermen. Ahoy! on your captain's cast. Northeast wind about 5 to 10 knots, waves about a foot or less. That high tide coming in just a little bit for the Patapsco there. 78 by noon and lower 80s. Wind is going to pick up a little bit later today out of the east at about 10 to 15 knots, and those waves could get a little bit in the 1 to 2 foot range. So just be aware of that if you're going to be out on the water. 77 today. That's the average for this time of year. Most of us will be in the above average category. Upper 70s and lower 80s for Westminster and Eldersburg. Lower 80s in Towson and Lutherville over through Timonium. Numbers in Hartford and Cecil counties, upper 70s and lower 80s for Bel Air and Aberdeen, up in the northeast, and Elkton at 80 for you today. And even down the ocean looking pretty good, mid to upper 60s. My friends Jess and Chris from Nashville in town. Yes, 2 Jesses. It's very confusing at our house right now. But either way, we had a lot of fun playing some golf down there, even though I'm sore today. And the girls were having their girl thing, and it was a lot of fun. So hopefully you had a great weekend, too, with lower 80s for Baltimore down through D.C. all the way down to Richmond. Not the best outside for pollen and the allergy levels. They're up there. Trees, grass, mold, all in that high category. So if you are going to get the grass cut today, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, in fact, the next 3 days, you're looking good. Just know that that pollen is up there, and especially with that grass blowing around, it makes it a little bit difficult at times. Temperatures, upper 70s, lower 80s through Wednesday. We slide back to the mid 70s as we approach Memorial Day weekend, and we do have that next chance for rain, but it's slight, but that's coming in not until late Saturday and early Sunday of this upcoming weekend.
And with the Kavanaugh House this morning, getting ready for fashion. The Revive event is coming. They're preparing, sewing, seaming, buttoning, and all that stuff. Coming up, we'll talk about it.
And shock trauma surgeons here in Baltimore are speaking out about the relentless gun violence and the young people it's impacting. You'll hear from them just ahead here on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
It is 8:24, and it is so Baltimore. The Kavanaugh House is striving to revitalize the home and fashion industry in the city.
Students with the organization will have the chance to showcase their work in a big event. We have Be More Lifestyle host Mark Clark live in Ricetown with more. Mark, how's it going?
It's going great. Jake and Jackie are instructors, and they're passing down the sewing goodness and all the fashion assistance. So, Jake, tell us, what do the students get in the program?
So Jackie and I work really hard to build a comprehensive curriculum that embodies all different aspects of the sewing industry. And so here, her and I work on teaching the students all these different skills for them to eventually achieve financial stability through their trade.
I love it.
In the field.
So, Jackie, my mother was a seamstress also. So how are the students doing? I see they're working hard right now.
They are. It's so rewarding to see how quickly they are catching on. You can see some of the garments that they've made. They're really great progress.
And then, Stacy, we got a big program coming up on my birthday, June 8th. Remember that?
Yes,
Tell us about the program on the way.
It is a home and fashion show on June 8th downtown at the Rita Rossi Cobell Center, which was normally the Columbus Center, and it's going to be from 6 to 9. And it's going to integrate award-winning designers and with our fashion program. So it's new next generational designers with designers that are already established in the field.
I love it. Fashion. So now, guys, I'm going to try to get the hookup. I got a couple hymns I need done, and I need to take this out a little bit.
Here to help.
I want to take this out a little bit, Patrice. Want to make?
No, you're fine there. Just have them make you some more pocket squares, jazz you up.
Yeah, little pin, little lapel pin.
Can you help me, Jake? Help me with the pocket square.
He's not sure what to do.
Thanks,
No. Mark already looked great. They could hook him up, though. If you want more information about the program, because it's amazing what they're doing there, just go to foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
Well, we have a mild and clear morning out there. Warmer temperatures are on the way.
Coming up, meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking how our holiday weekend forecast is holding up.
Pushback continues after Governor Wes Moore signed Senate Bill 1 into law. Just ahead, the controversial way one gun owner is protesting. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
A battle breaking out between the governor and a Severn man after Senate Bill 1 is signed, how it sparked a protest. And doctors on the front lines of the city's crime crisis are speaking out, why some say the bloodshed is becoming part of Baltimore's culture. Well, thanks for waking up with us on this Monday, May 22nd. I'm Megan Gilland.
I'm Tom Rogers, and we have meteorologist Justin Chambers looking at the forecast and an easy week for us. Wait a minute. We'll see if we can get Justin in there in just a little bit. I know he's here. He is here.
Yeah, standing right here, ready to go. I was just going to talk about the weekend where I only got hit with one golf ball.
How did that happen? Are you okay?
I don't think it was intentional, but it was the executive producer's husband who hit me with said golf ball. So
Did he yell for?
I smell a lawsuit.
Hey, they did yell for it. They said heads up, and I crouched down, and anyway, it's fine. It's all good. All right, looking outside right now. Towson camera, good morning to you. Little hazy out there right now. Our temperatures in the 50s and 60s. In fact, 62 in Baltimore City, 64 in Westminster. Probably don't even need a jacket from this point going forward, especially if you're going to be doing some yard work and in the garden as well. The upper 70s and lower 80s on the way through the middle of the afternoon. We're back with your full forecast. We'll talk about if you need to watch out for errant golf balls later today. We'll do that in just a few minutes from right now. Back to you.
All right, well, now let's take a look at your Lens Solar Traffic Network and an accident on 695's Inner Loop in Lockern here where vehicles are. There's multiple vehicles involved. 2 lanes are blocked. It's causing a little bit of backup. You can see on the roadways there, the top camera showing you the slowdown, and then you see the red. That's the issue. So make sure you give yourself some time if you have to head on the west side of the inner and outer loops.
The number one priority and the number one focus that I have is I want to make sure that all Marylanders can feel safe in their own communities and feel safe in their own neighborhoods.
Developing this morning, pushback over Senate Bill 1 continues to heat up after Governor Wes Moore signed the bill into law.
Now, it limits the wear and carry and transport of firearms, legally owned firearms, in many places. Shannon Lilly is joining us live with how one man in the community, though, is protesting, and he's doing it in a controversial way. Shannon.
Yeah, so what's happening, Tom, there's a man by the name of Jaden McAdory, and he's been carrying his AR-15 near a school bus stop in Severn for the last several weeks to protest this very law. In fact, we'll pull up some video so you can see that there for yourself. Well, he argues that taking guns away from legal gun owners is not going to have the effect that the governor expects that it will. The governor, though, argues that he passed this law because of people just like him.
He's literally helping to make my point. People should not be able to carry whatever they want, wherever they want, to include bus stops and places around children.
The legal criminals will always still have the guns. The legal guns will never disappear just because you take it away from people like me.
McAdory there says Senate Bill 1 will only lead to disarming legal gun owners and leave them helpless against criminals. But we did speak with political analyst John Deedy about this. He has a different take on McAdory's way of protesting this law. He says his actions could actually lead to even stricter gun laws in the next legislative session.
This gentleman acting out or trying to get his 15 minutes of fame may create a situation now where the General Assembly says, we've got another spot, we want it next year.
And speaking of that, although Senate Bill 1 does prohibit guns at schools, it does not prohibit them at bus stops, meaning once this law takes effect in October, he could technically still carry that AR-15 right there at that school bus stop, just like he's doing now. Reporting in Baltimore, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. Senate Bill 1 was created in response to a Supreme Court decision ending Maryland's good and substantial reasoning requirement to get a wear and carry permit. While you no longer need to submit a reason to get a permit, the process of obtaining one is still comprehensive. It includes registering online with the state, submitting fingerprints, going through 16 hours of training with state police or a qualified handgun instructor. It's 8 additional hours for renewal. After that, you also need to provide a passport-style photo. And then there is the fee. $75 for new applicants, $50 for renewal or subsequent licenses. And that brings us to our question of the day. Do you believe Senate Bill 1 will have an impact on crime? So far, 66% of voters say no. You can head to foxbaltimore.com/vote to weigh in.
Elsewhere, developing now. Baltimore County Police investigating a deadly crash that happened along 702 right near the Beltway in Essex. Police say the driver, a 30-year-old man, just hit a guardrail, was thrown from his vehicle Saturday night. He was pronounced dead at the hospital.
In Aberdeen, 18 people are displaced after a massive fire rips through multiple townhomes. A viewer sent us these videos here of the smoke and the flames. They've caused about $5 million in damage there. The state fire marshal says 3 homes collapsed and 1 firefighter was hurt, but is expected to be okay.
Turning now to a city in crisis, Baltimore City Police investigating a body they found in northwest Baltimore. Officials say the male body had signs of trauma, and they are calling it a homicide. Not clear when that man was killed. Police telling Fox 45 News they'll be able to provide more information after the medical examiner completes an autopsy. Well, doctors on the front lines of the city's crime crisis, they're speaking out about the level of bloodshed that they're encountering in the emergency department. Fox 45 spoke with lead surgeons at Baltimore Shock Trauma. Taylor Stewart is joining us live this morning with what has become ingrained, they say, in Baltimore's culture. Taylor?
Perhaps there's no one more familiar with the impact and pain of young gun victims than those who treat them. Fox 45 sat down with surgeons and doctors who are on the front lines of this juvenile crisis. They say gun violence has become normalized in the city, and many families and teens have just started to accept that this is just the way of life growing up here in Baltimore. Dr. Scalia, he is the lead surgeon at Baltimore Shock Trauma Center. He's been there for over 2 decades. He has seen the worst of the worst. And now it's an increasing number of teens on the operating table who have not only lost maybe 1 kid to gun violence, but some families losing 2 children to gun violence.
Her second child, her only child, came in and died a year after her first child came in and died. It's crazy. When something terrible happens, you go, well, it was only 2. And you go, wait a minute, that's crazy. That we think it's okay because only 2 kids got hurt this week, or 2 anythings.
Dr. Scalia and the team of surgeons we spoke to are calling on anyone to do something about the gun violence and the senseless number of lives that have been lost due to shootings here in the city. We'll keep you updated as this continues to develop. I'm Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News.
You can see our full conversation with shock trauma surgeons right now at foxbaltimore.com.
Facebook's parent company is set to make some major job cuts this week. What this means for the economy and the other economic reports we're expecting to drop this week.
And we are going to feel those beautiful temperatures, 70s and 80s today, and hopefully for the next few days. Coming up, meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking, though, our next weather maker. 8:37. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Looking out over Towson, we've got a little bit of a hazy start this morning, but overall, plenty of sunshine out there. Not really dealing with much in the way of cloud cover for today. In fact, on your weather story, a mix of clouds and sun is what we'll see this afternoon, and it will be warmer, staying dry this week. Really not tracking rain until we get into, guess what, a weekend, again, where we're tracking some rain. But mid-60s to low 70s next couple of hours. If you're out for a run or a jog, should be good to go. Meg?
All right, Justin, thank you. It's going to be another rough week in the tech industry. The next round of layoffs are expected to come down this week for Facebook's parent company. We know Meta already cut 11,000 jobs in November. Then in March, it announced that it would cut another 10,000 by the end of this month. And that second wave has already started, with 4,000 workers let go last month, leaving another 6,000 who could be cut this week. Other economic headlines due out this week include 2 reports on home sales and the second of 2 inflation reports that we get every month. The Personal Consumption Expenditures Index, or PCE as it's known, that is the Fed's preferred inflation report, and it is expected to show that income and spending both rose in the last month and that core inflation held steady. Speaking of inflation, a new survey just out this morning reveals 98% of business analysts expect inflation to remain high for the rest of the year. A majority of experts do not expect the U.S. to hit the Fed's 2% inflation goal until 2025, if not later. That's the latest from our live center.
Not in school. Where are they?
Calls for accountability rage on in Baltimore City public schools. Still to come, how nationally known civil rights attorney Ben Crump is now getting involved. And this week, Baltimore City Council will meet to address the upcoming youth curfew enforcement details. Why some say this will not help solve the juvenile crime crisis. 8:42, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. Happening now, a Maryland State Trooper is in the hospital after another driver hits his vehicle in a work zone. This happened just around 4:30 this morning. You can see the white vehicle there, its skid marks, and also some debris from the trooper's vehicle. So this happened at the inner loop of the Beltway right near Colesville Road, University Boulevard. It's right at 495. Trooper was inside the marked patrol vehicle, lights on, in the work zone when that white Mercedes SUV rear-ended him. The trooper was taken to shock trauma in Baltimore. He's expected to be okay. The driver of the Mercedes was also taken to a suburban hospital in Bethesda. We are told that non-life-threatening injuries, but the Maryland State Police crash team is, as you can see, out there investigating.
A reminder for drivers, when you see emergency vehicles like police cars, you are required by law to move over. That move over law requires drivers to move over if it's safe to do so. If you can't, you need to slow down. And it's not just for police cars. Last year, the law was expanded to include any stopped vehicle displaying warning signals like hazard lights. Those who don't could get a $110 fine and a point on their license. If there is a crash, that fine could go up to $750 and 3 points on your license.
Florida, we'll get that shot up here in just a little bit, where the NAACP is discouraging potential tourists from visiting the state. The civil rights group issuing a travel advisory Saturday claiming that Governor Ron DeSantis' policies are openly hostile to black Americans. The statement cites several of the Republican governor's laws, including a bill he signed last week banning colleges from spending public tax dollar funds on diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts, the DEIs. DeSantis announcing the move as another political stunt when Florida's NAACP branch made similar claims in March.
Speaking of travel, an airline passenger is arrested for allegedly hitting a flight attendant with an intercom phone. This incident happened yesterday in Denver as the Frontier Airlines flight was getting ready to leave. Airline officials said the woman was asked to deplane after becoming belligerent, and that's when the woman hit an attendant with a phone. Denver law enforcement subsequently arrested the customer. Tracking data indicates the flight left nearly 4 hours after the originally scheduled time.
New York City this morning, where the show must go on, at least for the Tony Awards. The annual Tony Awards show will go on as planned June 11th, and this year it will run as an unscripted show. The normal flow for the show has been stopped because of the week's strike by the Writers Guild of America. The Tonys asked the Guild for a waiver to be able to write it. The Guild denied that waiver, but said they will not picket the live televised show. This year's show will still feature productions and musical performances, plus actress Ariana DeBose. It was still expected to be able to host this.
Trending now, a Massachusetts dad reportedly paying $21,000 to secure last-minute Taylor Swift concert tickets for his daughter and her friends. Did you hear that? $21,000. A report says back in November, the dad paid a total of $1,800 for 4 tickets to the Eras tour through the reseller website StubHub, but he never received them. So he decided to try his luck with a different reseller website where tickets were $21,000. The dad says StubHub plans to refund his original purchase, but he's still on the hook for the $21 grand.
Yeah, $21 grand, but he's getting $1,800 back.
Oh my gosh. So my girlfriend got, I think they were $500 tickets. The day before the concert, they were being resold for $3,000. And her husband was like, sell the tickets. Right. She did not. She's a real fan. She's a real Swiftie, and she went. But I mean, they were going for insane for tickets that, I mean, you spent a fraction of the price on.
$1,800 back. You think that's like what, 4 concert T-shirts?
Right. Yeah. Maybe one soda.
And
or something?
Everything else was normal price, though.
Right.
I mean, it was just how crazy those tickets were the days before.
Good stuff. Well, speaking of going out and doing things that you buy a ticket for, Orioles back at home Friday.
Ooh, I'm going Sunday.
You're going Sunday?
Yeah, we're taking the whole family.
In New York before that. They have to win the 3 games in New York.
Got to win 3 games in New York, or at least a couple of games to try to win that series. But they have the day off after that sweep in Toronto. By the way, it's commissioning week, everybody. So we'll see those Blue Angels arriving tomorrow down near Annapolis and then performing on Wednesday. So just be aware of that, the high-flying action. Of course, we saw the Herndon climb last week, and so we are going to see what is going on with all of that and all the activities that are taking place with graduation coming up on Friday. The weather should be great for all of the folks in town for that. Charm City Tanks looking great right now as we look right down 395 toward the Patapsco. Numbers here, 62. That's the official number of BWI Thurgood Marshall, and no wind to speak of. After 72 holes of golf in 3 days, Tom and I, well, Tom came up with this. We should call this the Sore. Because usually I can arch it back, but I even had the back brace on. I'm still a little bit sore. Either way, it was a lot of fun with my folks. Chris and Jess were in town from Nashville. We already talked about them. And Chris and Nick and Graham and I all went out there, got hit with some golf balls. It was a lot of fun. Upper 70s here through noon, into the lower 80s, golfers. If you are going to be out there today, maybe flying around today, great day to fly, pilots. We're talking about VFR conditions, visual flight rules. Glad I'm flying out of Annapolis today and not tomorrow. That TFR is in effect for the Blue Angels. So upper 70s and lower 80s across central Maryland for the afternoon. Check in our temperature tracker. Notice those numbers staying in the above average category. We're sliding back below average here later this week, so it will be a bit cooler starting on Thursday. But if you do want to get the cars cleaned up, you're good to go. Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, no issues here. And you can see a few more clouds kind of hanging around in our future scan this afternoon. Overall, we'll see dry conditions, and that's going to continue through Tuesday and Wednesday. There is another weather maker. Check this cold front right there. That's going to be sliding through Wednesday night into Thursday. Maybe a shower or two in the overnight hours, but it's not looking very active in terms of any major precipitation, mainly just a drier cold front, and that's going to drop our temps, as I showed you. So 80s here through Wednesday, and then mid-70s into Thursday and Friday, sliding right into our Memorial Day weekend. Another chance for rain comes Sunday. Right now, it's pretty slim, but either way, we'll keep our eyes on that and see if that impacts your holiday weekend. Time to take a look at a view through your window. This is from Ruth, and you can see that nice doggy out there for a little morning walk. So thank you very much, Ruth, for sending that picture in, and we'd love to see the view through your window. Just go to our website, foxbaltimore.com/chime in, or take a picture of that QR code right there on your screen.
Well, now let's take a look at your Len-Stoller traffic network. You see some red and yellows around the outer loop here, specifically in some right near 70 on the inner loop. There's an accident 695's inner loop right in Lockhern where crews are still cleaning up 3 vehicles who were involved there. The left lane is blocked. Here's a live look now from our traffic photojournalist, Graham. He's 695's outer loop heading towards the Catonsville area, and it is slow go there, and that is mainly because of the traffic in the region there, because of that one slowdown on the other side. It may be causing a little gape or delay.
Well, AAA is giving you advice for your Memorial Day travel. Coming up, how you can prepare for this holiday weekend.
And with the Kavanaugh House, and look, students did this amazing work that will be featured at their upcoming show. We'll tell you all about it coming up.
Well, a lot coming up right here. I mean, from sewing and knitting, you're going to get the energy, though, going when you're starting to get out those machines.
For sure. Let's take a coffee break. Get it going.
Right? Don't you have the foot pedal,
I always do
too?
the pedal to the metal as fast as you can, too. I don't know why.
It's supposed to be straight. Well.
Topping your morning business report, new cars are back again at auto dealers as stocks of some car brands are actually heavy again. A Wall Street Journal report saying that auto dealers are seeing new cars returning to their lots as the problems of the pandemic supply chain interruptions are easing. According to research firm Ward Intelligence, dealerships had about 1.8 million vehicles on lots or in transit by the end of last month, and that is up 50% compared to the same period last year.
Now, maybe you'll need one of those cars to head to your favorite beach this summer. An expert known as Dr. Beach has ranked the top U.S. beaches for this year. Top 5 lists include St. George Island State Park in Florida as the best, and then Duke Moko, that beach in Oahu, Hawaii, taking second place. But if you're looking for something on the East Coast, Cooper's Beach in Southampton, New York follows the third place, while Calabasas Island State Park in Florida and Lighthouse Beach in Outer Banks, North Carolina, also top beaches that may be your next vacation spot.
Trying to write some of those down. But no matter what beach you choose, be aware and prepare with lots of patience. At least that's what travel service AAA says that you need for Memorial Day travel. AAA says this may be the third busiest Memorial Day weekend since 2000. It projects 42.3 million people will travel 50 miles or more from home. If you do plan to drive, leave as early in the morning as possible. AAA advises the worst time to be on the road is Friday between 3 and 6 p.m. If you are traveling by air, expect packed airports and have a backup plan in place.
Just because you don't have a pool doesn't mean that you can't have massive water fun at home. Julie Moran is sharing an idea to help kids and adults have the best summer ever in today's America's Steals and Deals.
The following segment is sponsored by Naki.
Parents are always looking for fun things for parties, and inflatables from Big Mouth are going to make you feel like a rock star mom. I use them for my kids' birthday parties and celebrations, and kids would be so surprised when they saw them. And the water feature just makes the kids want to run back and forth, in and out. We have a dinosaur behind us that's nearly 9 foot tall. You can choose from a variety of things, giraffes, corgis, and oh, my family is obsessed with unicorns. My girls loved them, and I love this unicorn. They are so easy to set up. They connect to any regular size garden hose. Isn't that great? Nothing extra to buy. They're safety tested and made from PVC, so you can feel completely confident. They're durable. They have great designs. Don't you think they're adorable? And you can keep using them for years to come. Bring them out for celebrations, parties, or just for a fun weekend. Right now, we're offering 29% off on Big Mouth inflatables. So I want you to head to asadeals.com for this exclusive, fun, riveting, exciting offer. And I promise you, you'll be a rock star mom. The kids are going to have a total blast. All of your parties are going to be so much fun. Big Mouth. You'll thank me.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Good morning on this Monday, May 22nd. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen. We had a nice weekend. A little bit of rain Saturday, but it wasn't bad.
It was gorgeous.
Yeah.
So we'd like to keep that streak going. Meteorologist Justin Chambers here.
Pretty dry. We're going to have to do the watering ourselves for sure this week because we're not getting any help from Mother Nature in that department. But yeah, temperature's not bad. We're going to talk about numbers that are a little warmer than where we ended up yesterday, and we're already at 70 degrees. You can see that on the right side of your screen, our official temperature. Numbers will just go up from this point going forward. So looking out over York Road in Towson, you can see from our Mile 1 Auto Group cam, the sun is out there. A little hazy right now. Still on the cooler side in Western Maryland, 55 in Cumberland, 61 in Hagerstown, and most of us in the 60s. And yeah, there it is, right at 70 degrees in Baltimore City at this hour. So you're out and about, cast looking like this. Low to mid 70s over the next couple of hours, sneaking into the lower 80s as we get into the early part of the afternoon. Back with your full forecast in just a few minutes from right now.
All right, well, let's see what's happening on the roadways at this hour. Taking a look at our Lynn Stoller traffic network and the traffic map. We are hearing about an accident on 695, the inner loop in Lockhearn. Crews are cleaning it up. 3 vehicles were involved. The left lane is blocked. Hopefully, they'll have it out of the way soon.
Happening now, a Maryland state trooper is in the hospital after another driver struck his vehicle in a work zone this morning. This happened just after 4:30 on the inner loop of the Beltway. This was right near Colesville Road and University Boulevard. The trooper was inside his marked patrol vehicle in a work zone when a Mercedes SUV rear-ended his car. The trooper was taken to shock trauma here in Baltimore. He is expected to be okay. The driver of the Mercedes was taken to Suburban Hospital in Bethesda. The Maryland State Police crash team, as you can see, is now investigating.
Turning now to a city in crisis, another violent weekend in Baltimore. 3 people shot, including a 15-year-old boy. And along with becoming victims of crime, we're also seeing a spike in juveniles accused of committing those crimes, including carjackings and shootings. And as we get closer to the summer months, many believe the incidents will only become more frequent.
Well, we have live team coverage for you this morning. In just a few minutes, Taylor Stewart will join us live with the efforts from the mayor and why some argue his plan of a curfew for minors will not work. But we begin with Shannon Lilly. She is joining us live with the calls for accountability from nationally known civil rights attorney Ben Crump and how he is getting involved in the fight to hold Baltimore City school system accountable. Shannon.
Well, attorney Ben Crump was here over the weekend, Megan, and he says the school-to-prison pipeline is still happening in our city, meaning a lot of Baltimore City school students are finding themselves eventually in prison because they did not get a quality education. He also says the school system is lacking in accountability, and the rest of the nation is watching.
My time has been poor from every part of the country. And the reason I keep coming back to Baltimore is I believe Baltimore can be the key to the education crisis all across America. Because if the citizens can make sure that we have accountability and productivity, then that could be a model for cities just like Baltimore and every state in America.
Now, the lawsuit, you'll remember, filed on behalf of taxpayers Giovanni and Shawanda Patterson, alleges that Baltimore City schools are misusing millions of tax dollars and not providing students with that quality education. And it comes after a grade-changing scheme was uncovered by Project Baltimore, as well as inflated enrollment numbers. Since then, 23 schools in Baltimore had 0 students who were tested proficient in math. So you'll remember Crump joined in on this lawsuit back in 2022. And he says a quality education is absolutely crucial for bettering our society right here in our city and around the country. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News. Good day, Baltimore.
Many experts we've spoken with point to failing schools as a driving factor behind the juvenile crime crisis.
There is a direct correlation. I'm not going to say necessarily causation, but students are disconnected, and it has become even more prevalent.
Dr. David Hyber is the co-founder of Concentric Educational Solutions, a group that is working with the city to stop youth crime. He says chronic absenteeism is a big problem driving juvenile violence. City Council is set to hold a hearing on that issue, but it's not clear when. Meanwhile, former Mayor Sheila Dixon says it comes down to accountability, calling out state laws, which make it difficult to charge juveniles with most crimes.
Some of the juveniles know what the laws are, that they're not going to be penalized, but we have to begin to send a different message, that they will be penalized for committing crimes, for carjacks, for robberies, for whatever is going on.
Mayor Brandon Scott is trying to curb the juvenile crime crisis by enforcing the city's youth curfew.
Taylor Stewart continues our team coverage this morning with why critics are arguing that the curfew's not going to help. Taylor?
There's a lot of confusion, I think, about what exactly this curfew entails. So this week, City Council leaders are set to hold a hearing on Wednesday on the juvenile curfew. It comes as Mayor Brandon Scott is trying to curb juvenile crime. We checked earlier this morning. It's up 55%, juvenile homicides here in the city. And those calls come as as folks are all calling for a special session to tackle the juvenile crime crisis. Take a listen.
Whether it is finding a way to get more of these guns off the streets or tougher penalties to deal with this type of thing, but they definitely need to get more involved in this than to wait another 9 months before another session comes.
Now, Fox 45 News asked Governor Westmore about potential solutions for the youth violence here in Maryland, or if he'll call a special session. In response, he sent this news release just last week. It says, quote, "When tragedy strikes and we do nothing, we know we are contending with more than a gun violence issue." As of now, there is no special session scheduled, but we'll let you know if that happens. And we'll also let you know what comes of Wednesday's hearing on this juvenile curfew that takes effect Memorial Day weekend. We're live in Baltimore. Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News.
9:06 now. Leaders in Washington are starting the week just as far apart on the debt ceiling as they were heading into the weekend.
National correspondent Atra El-Nashar is joining us live from Capitol Hill. Atra, is there enough time to get this done before a potential default?
Nobody in this town has an answer to that question, Megan and Patrice. Even if President Biden and House Speaker McCarthy reached a deal today, let's say in 5 minutes they reached a deal, and it had enough support in Congress to pass, they would still be in a scramble to get it through the legislative process by the first potential default date of June 1st. So the two leaders are set to meet one-on-one this afternoon. The first meeting, just the two of them since February, and they did speak by phone last night, and both sides say it went well, but that's after staff-level talks hit a snag over the weekend. So the two sides are still tens of billions of dollars apart on spending cuts and caps that Republicans insist be tied to a debt ceiling increase. And as for backup plans, like the president invoking the 14th Amendment to instruct the Treasury to keep paying the bills even without permission from Congress, the president told reporters in Japan last night that he thinks he has the authority to do it, but isn't even sure it could be done in time to avoid a default.
All right, Atra, let's switch gears. This week, the Republican field of presidential candidates is set to expand by at least two. South Carolina Senator Tim Scott and then Florida Governor Ron DeSantis announcing. So what should we be watching for?
Right. Senator Scott set to announce his candidacy in just a few hours from North Charleston, South Carolina. And as Politico was first to report, he's already set to get a major endorsement from the #2 Republican in the Senate, John Thune of South Dakota. Mike Rounds of South Dakota is also expected to endorse him. And Thune is expected to be at the event this afternoon. And it's going to be a crowded state for the GOP candidates, as Nikki Haley, who's the former governor of South Carolina, as we know, is also running. So later this week, arguably the most anticipated announcement is set to come from Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, who reportedly plans to file his candidacy paperwork with the Federal Election Commission by Wednesday. Ladies.
All right, national correspondent Atra El-Nashar live from Capitol Hill. Thank you.
An historic day in space and for NASA.
Tom Rogers is at our live center now with the visitors who are set to hang out on the International Space Station. Tom?
Yeah, all morning long we've been watching it. I mean, you guys have seen it. We've shown it to you live as there's a capsule, the AX-2, moving closer to the International Space Station. And then, as it's supposed to dock here in less than a minute, though, they started going to these shots. So we're trying to figure out what's going on right now. Not as exciting to watch, but the AX-2 astronauts, Peggy Whitson, Commander John Schaffner, Ali Alquarni, and Rayana Banawi are scheduled to dock at approximately 9:10, so in 45 seconds. It doesn't look like that's happening. In fact, I'll show you a picture of them. I pulled that up. These are the astronauts that you see right here, very excited before they launched last night. They will then have to wait another 2 hours after they dock with the ISS to be able to exit their pod and then tour the facility, that floating laboratory that we have. Well, the trip is historic because the crew is just the second privately paid flight connected with NASA. Plus, you may remember the name Peggy Whitson because she is the retired U.S. commander astronaut with 665 days in space already, making her the most experienced U.S. astronaut ever. She's taking this trip as a retiree. The crew launching from Florida last night just after 5:30. The door will open this morning at 11:13 to let them out, so they're really getting to know each other because they're in that little pod since 5:30 last night, just floating in space. So let's see if they brought anything back. No, I know it is neat to see the command centers, but we kind of thought at 9:10 they'd be docking. So obviously they're not going to dock. They're still 20 meters out from the ISS, according to that one graphic they were showing as they were trying to orbit around. So we'll continue following this morning. And once they do dock, hopefully be able to bring that to you live from the live center. Megan and Patrice, that's the latest. Back to you.
All right, Tom, thank you. Pushback after Governor Westmore signed Senate Bill 1 into law in our next half hour. How one man in the community is protesting in a very controversial way.
And doctors on the front lines of the city's crime crisis are speaking out. Why some say the bloodshed is becoming a part of Baltimore's culture. It is 9:10 now, and you're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
9/13, licensed sales of recreational marijuana go into effect on July 1st, one of the many bills that Governor Wes Moore signed into law. Well, the new law will now promote equity in the cannabis industry and help those who were negatively impacted by stipulations. The Maryland Volunteer Legal Services are working to expunge criminal records related to cannabis charges, and George Townsend with that group is here to explain what that means. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
What are we talking about when we refer to people who were negatively impacted by cannabis related charges?
This is essentially anybody who has any criminal records related to cannabis possession. So that can be somebody who was charged with cannabis possession and then convicted of that, whether that's simple possession or a charge of possession with intent to distribute. It can also be somebody who was charged with cannabis possession who was not convicted. So they were found not guilty, the case was dismissed, something like that.
And what is the impact of having those types of charges on your record for those people?
Yeah, well, unfortunately, those records can follow somebody for their entire lives. So Maryland does have processes for expunging criminal records, but you have to affirmatively do something about it in most cases. So I often see clients who have charges from 10, 20 years ago that are preventing them from getting jobs, that are showing up when potential landlords do background checks, and those are holding those people back from building a new life.
And so now what is happening that there is an avenue for those folks to pursue to be able to get this off of their record?
Well, with the cannabis legalization that's coming on July 1st of this year, there are some exciting changes to expungement for cannabis charges specifically.
Okay.
So one exciting one is that all charges where the only charge in a case was simple possession of marijuana are set to be expunged automatically by the courts within 1 year. So,
automatically. And so meaning that those people don't even have to do anything to make that happen? It will just happen?
It's supposed to be done automatically by the court.
It's supposed to be, so they should follow up and check.
I would recommend anybody who is actively applying to jobs or applying for apartments, it's worth still speaking to an attorney if you can, filing a petition. If nothing else, that'll move that process along a little bit faster.
Okay, and so then beyond that, what else is there for them?
There are some other exciting opportunities. There's, not to get too into the legal jargon, but there's something called the unit rule that has prevented a lot of cannabis charges from coming off people's records when they're associated with other crimes.
Okay.
The legalization efforts are going to remove that very technical rule for cannabis charges specifically. So a lot of people who have had cannabis charged with other crimes can now get those expunged.
And your organization just got a grant to be able to really dive into this and help people who need help.
Exactly. Maryland Volunteer Lawyer Service is anticipating a huge number of people who are going to become eligible for expungement in the next couple months. So we have, along with several of our partners at the Maryland Legal Aid and the Homeless Persons Representation Project, have received a grant to expand our services. We are hiring several community outreach organizers and a cannabis-specific paralegal to help with expungement. We have posted all of those job postings on mvlslaw.org and are looking to get outreach out in the field, talking to people about their eligibility.
And last question real quickly, if people have charges and they feel like they need help, how do they get in touch with you?
They would want to go to mvlslaw.org, take a look at our income eligibility. We can only serve people below a certain income level, but we also have a lot of great resources about how to pursue an expungement for yourself or how to contact an attorney if that's something that you need.
All right, mvls.org.
mvlslaw.org.
mvlslaw.org. Thank you so much, George.
Thank you.
Well, speaking of marijuana, a new study finds the drug can impact your heart if you regularly smoke marijuana. Scientists at New Jersey's Hackensack University Medical Center say marijuana users have a high risk of peripheral artery disease, or PAD. The researchers collected anonymous patient data from more than 623,000 marijuana users, and they found 2,424 were diagnosed with PAD. Marijuana users had 3 times the risk of developing PAD than non-users. PAD happens when blood flow is reduced to the arms and legs from excessive plaque buildup that narrows arteries. 9:18, meteorologist Justin Chambers here with our forecast now. What is that? Is that a plane?
Yeah, it's a chopper. Yeah, just kind of flying around. Blue Angels tomorrow, they're going to be arriving in Annapolis doing their practice and then their rehearsal and everything for the big show on Wednesday. And great weather this week for not only Blue Angels pilots, but any pilots who want to be up there flying around. We're talking about visual flight rules. VFR conditions looking pretty good. Even if you're just going to be out and about, not flying, 74 next hour on your day planner. Good day for lunch outside. We're seeing temperatures that will climb into the upper 70s and lower 80s through about 2 o'clock. And if you're doing happy hour or grilling out on the deck, yeah, definitely a good day to do that with temps still in those lower 80s through about 5 p.m. Overall, a very nice Monday, a little bit warmer than yesterday. 77 is our average this time of year. All of us are going to be above average here. For Westminster, Cockeysville, Bel Air out to the eastern shore, 78 in Annapolis today, 80 in Laurel and Columbia. Up and down the 95 corridor, lower 80s for Baltimore and D.C., 79 in Philly, 67 down the ocean there in Ocean City. So pollen numbers, they're still kind of up there, especially the grass. That's the biggest offender. But even trees and mold kind of in that higher, very high category. So just be aware of that. And with the fact that we're not getting much rain in the next few days, great to get the grass cut and everything, but just know those allergy sufferers are going to have to deal with a lot. And get the watering done in the morning time and the evening time. It's not the heat of the summer yet, but that's always a good kind of routine to get into to make sure you have that watering done in the cooler parts of the day. Here's a look at our future scan. So we might see a few more clouds rolling around into the afternoon today, but not tracking any rain. Tomorrow, a mix of clouds and sun as well. Maybe a degree or two cooler. We'll warm back up on Wednesday, and then another cold front's coming through late Wednesday night into Thursday morning. Some of the models right there in the overnight hours bring a chance for just a couple of stray showers, but it's not going to be much. Really, our next chance for rain doesn't come until we get into Sunday, this Memorial Day weekend. Piper and Skylar, good-looking doggies right there. Lori Price, I really appreciate you sending me that picture, and we'd love to get your dogs, cats, snakes, ferrets, goldfish, birds, whatever you got at home as your pets. It's called Pet Pics, so not just doggies, but anything. JC Chambers at foxbaltimore.com is my email. Upper 70s and lower 80s here through Wednesday. We're back to the mid-70s Thursday and into the weekend, and it'll be a little bit warmer on Sunday, but that is going to be really our next chance for rain. Even right now, it's just a slight chance, but still, that's what we're looking at in terms of your forecast. Meg?
All right, Justin, thank you. We have your Lenstiller traffic network for you now. This is a live look over Ruxton Road and looking pretty good. Inner outer loop, not a lot of volume, moving along very nicely here in our 9 o'clock hour.
You've probably seen already and maybe even heard the motorcycles. They're back out on the highways and roadways. And as the weather warms, drivers will be sharing the road with even more cyclists. Earlier this morning, Maryland Motor Vehicle Administrator Chrissy Nizer was here with us, and she shared what the MVA is doing to help keep everyone safe.
Both the motorist and the motorcycle rider have a shared responsibility, and we both need to look out for each other.
You can listen to the rest of that interview on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
Get the brooms out, the O's with a series sweep. In our next half hour, where the Birds now stand in the ALE standings.
And with the Kavanaugh House, if you look around, all this beautiful work done by the hands of the students, they have an amazing event coming up. We're going to tell you all about it coming up next on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
It is so Baltimore. Students with the Kavanaugh House will showcase their talents in an upcoming event.
Reviving the home and fashion industries in the city. Be More Lifestyle host Mark Clark is live in Reisterstown. He's got more. Mark.
That's right. Carol is the instructor for the upholstery program with beautiful works like this. CJ is one of the students. So, Carol, tell us about the program. How do you do it?
I just train the students to become the best upholsterers they can be.
I love it.
And they're looking forward to being entrepreneurs of the future of upholstery.
Now, CJ, is he hard on you, man? I mean, I could tell, you know,
He's real strict in as far as the way things have to be, but it's for good reason, though.
You could tell this well-dressed man. You could tell he makes demands, but it looks like this. Hey, it's worth it, right?
Oh, yeah, most definitely.
And so we're going to feature all this stuff, Stacey, right? All the beautiful clothing and the upholstery and the different things that the students have at Revive.
Yes, at Revive.
Revive!
Which is our home and fashion show on June 8th down at the Reedy Rossick Caldwell Center, which was formerly known as the Columbus Center. And it is going to be, obviously, a fashion show with some amazing already established designers with our student designers, and then also a live auction of these amazing pieces that were reupholstered by our students. It's going to be a really exciting event, and we'd love for everybody. And you can purchase tickets through our website, just www.thekavanaughhouse.org.
I love it. I'm so jealous. This is learning these great skills and making these great things, guys. Great job. Again, thanks so much. And guys, hey, make sure you make it out on my birthday, June 8th, to Revive.
Nice little plug there. Happy early birthday, Mark. Yes, for sure. And we're going to put more information on how you can celebrate Revive and Mark's birthday on foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
Baltimore's lead shock surgeon is speaking out about the gun violence that he's seen this year, why he says something has to change.
Pushback continues after Governor Wes Moore signed Senate Bill 1 into law. Just ahead, the controversial way one gun owner is protesting. You're watching Fox 45 News. Good day, Baltimore.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Taking a live look over Toronto, Canada, where the Orioles got their first sweep of the season against the Toronto Blue Jays. They won last night's game 8-3. The O's are now off to New York, where they will go head-to-head against their division foe, the New York Yankees, tomorrow. That's up in the Bronx.
Then they come back home.
Welcome back on this Monday morning. 9:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillett. It feels like baseball weather. Meteorologist Justin Chambers here with our forecast.
And let's just be clear, too. That's just the first sweep of the Blue Jays. That's the second sweep of the season that we've had.
Good clarification.
Exactly. And we keep winning, or they keep winning series, which is what you have to do. Look,
we did it.
My mother-in-law said, if you win all the series, you win the World Series. And
really?
I'm like, that's a good
that
way to
just
think
makes
about
sense.
it, right? 31 wins already in May. We're 12-7 this month. I could go on. I'm not going to. I have to do weather. Let's take a look outside. But it is going to be nice for the O's when they're back at it at Oriole Park at Camden Yards on Friday. Towson looks good right now. Mile 1 Auto Group Cam. A few clouds kind of hanging around. That's what we're going to see today. A mix of clouds and sun. Definitely a warmer afternoon ahead. We do stay dry this week, so we're not tracking rain, not until we get to the middle of the weekend. So your yard and gardening cast, get out there now. Look at these numbers rising, upper 70s and even into the lower 80s for the afternoon. We'll top out about 82 today, back to the upper 70s tomorrow, and still lower 80s Wednesday. So the next 3 days will definitely be the warmest before we get a little cooler by Thursday. And we'll talk more about that coming up in just a few minutes from right now.
All right, taking a look at the roadways now in our Lynn Stoller traffic network as we look out across the Beltway. We are looking great for this Monday morning. Low volume and everybody up to speed.
The number one priority and the number one focus that I have is I want to make sure that all Marylanders can feel safe in their own communities and feel safe in their own neighborhoods.
If you're a parent, you may support the right to bear arms, but if your 7-year-old's getting off that school bus stop, you're scared.
Developing this morning, pushback over Senate Bill 1 continues to heat up after Governor Wes Moore signed the bill into law.
It limits where you can carry and wear and transport firearms in public places. And now one man in the community is protesting, but in a very controversial way.
Shannon Lilly joining us live to explain. Shannon.
Yeah, so what's happening, Megan, is there's a man by the name of Jaden McAdory, and he has been openly carrying his AR-15 at a school bus stop in Severn for the last several weeks, and it's all in protest of this law. In fact, we'll pull up some videos so you can take a look at this for yourself. Well, McAdory argues that by taking away guns from legal gun owners, the governor is not going to get the outcome that he expects. But the governor says that he passed this law because of people just like him.
He's literally helping to make my point. People should not be able to carry whatever they want, wherever they want, to include bus stops and places around children.
The legal criminals will always still have the guns. The legal guns will never disappear just because you take it away from people like me.
The McAdory there says Senate Bill 1 is only going to lead to disarming legal gun owners and then in turn leaving them helpless against criminals. But we did talk to political analyst John Deedy about this. He has a different take about McAdory's way of protesting this law. In fact, John Deedy says his actions could lead to even stricter gun laws in the next legislative session.
This gentleman acting out or trying to get his 15 minutes of fame may create a situation now where the General Assembly says, we've got another spot, we want it next year.
And speaking of that, although Senate Bill 1 does prohibit guns at schools, it does not prohibit them at bus stops. And so when this law goes into effect in October, he could still technically carry that AR-15 at that school bus stop, just like he's doing now. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News. Good day, Baltimore.
Thank you, Shannon. Senate Bill 1 was created in response to a Supreme Court decision ending Maryland's good and substantial reasoning requirement to get a wear and carry permit. While you no longer need to submit a reason to get a permit, the process of obtaining one is still comprehensive. It includes registering online with the state, submitting fingerprints, going through 16 hours of training with state police or a qualified handgun instructor. It's 8 additional hours for renewal. After that, you'll also need to provide a passport-style photo, and then there's the fee, $75 for new applicants, $50 for renewal or subsequent licenses.
And that brings us to our question of the day. Do you believe Senate Bill 1 will have an impact on crime? So far, 68% of those who have voted say no. You can head to foxbaltimore.com/vote to weigh in.
Turning now to a city in crisis. Baltimore City Police are investigating a body found in northwest Baltimore. Officials say the man had signs of trauma and they are calling it a homicide. It's not clear when he was killed. Police tell Fox 45 News they will provide more information after the medical examiner completes an autopsy.
Doctors on the front lines of the city's crime crisis are speaking out about the level of bloodshed they're encountering in the emergency room. Fox 45 spoke to the lead surgeon of Baltimore Shock Trauma. Taylor Stewart is joining us live with what he says has become this is ingrained now in Baltimore's culture. Taylor.
Yeah, I mean, perhaps there's no one who's more intimately familiar with the impact and pain gun violence victims, particularly children, go through than those who treat them. We spoke to folks on the front lines, doctors and surgeons, who say gun violence has just become a norm here in Baltimore City, and many families expect that something will occur where someone is shot. At this point, Dr. Scalea says he's seen the worst. He's worked at shock trauma for the last 2 decades, and he says after seeing tragedy on all levels, there's now being an increase in young people who he's treated on the operating table, with some families losing not 1 but 2 children to gun violence.
Her second child, her only child, came in and died a year after her first child came in and died. It's crazy. When something terrible happens, you go, well, that was only 2. And you go, wait a minute, that's crazy. That we think it's okay because only 2 kids got hurt this week, or 2 anythings.
Now, Dr. Scalea and the team of doctors that we spoke with say they really are looking for someone to do something about the bloodshed. We're live in Baltimore. I'm Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News.
Thank you, Taylor. A major decision for a Nashville judge today to decide on what information is allowed to be released to the public involving the Christian school shooting.
Tom Rogers is at the Live Center now. He's got more on the argument that is coming from the parents of 3 9-year-olds who were gunned down at their private school. Tom.
Yeah, we all remember that. An argument now over the right to privacy. Prosecutors want all the information released and made public in court, such as the suicide note and diaries of the alleged gunman who is said to have been a student at that same private Christian school years prior. You see the school right here. Well, police say the mass shooter killed 3 9-year-olds, 3 adults, and was firing at police as they were showing up at the school grounds before officers were able to shoot and kill her in a released video watched internationally nearly 2 months ago. Now, the parents and loved ones of the students say it is their right to keep their privacy and not release this information related to why the shooter was acting this way. They say it will encourage other mass shootings by providing attention on the shooters and not the victims, and making the details public will actually help other shooters avoid detection. They claim the court can see the evidence, but it should be kept under a gag order. Others arguing releasing this information publicly will help stop such attacks in the future and actually help law enforcement agencies be better equipped to handle it, while even a 4th party is claiming that the notes and the diaries will prove this is a hate crime. The judge will hear these arguments today, and some say it could take a week before we get a decision, or the judge may move on with the trial dates at that same hearing today. That's the latest from our Live Center. Megan Patrice, back to you.
All right, Tom, thank you. It was an emotional day at the 148th running of the Preakness Stakes, with another horse euthanized. After the break, a political commentator weighs in on what it will take to put this ongoing problem to a halt.
Highs in the 70s this week with lots of sunshine for your Monday. Coming up, meteorologist Justin Chambers lets us know what we can expect for the rest of your work week. 9:39, you're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
In your Preakness coverage, National Treasure wins the 148th running of the Preakness Stakes. It was an emotional day, though, for trainer Bob Baffert. Earlier that afternoon, another one of his horses, having a meltdown, had to be euthanized on the track.
That's right. That happened after being injured during the 6th race of the day. Jockey Luis Saez was thrown off its back and then taken to the hospital. Baffert said in a post-race interview, though, that the jockey is doing fine. The horse's team says that the injury was inoperable, and that is why they had to put it down.
Well, earlier this morning, political commentator Armstrong Williams weighing in on what it will take to keep horses from getting injured and continuing to die.
No set of rules could ever make this truly safe. It's ingrained. It's their DNA. It's what they feel they must do in order to have another secretariat.
You can watch the rest of this interview on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
We are starting off dry for the beginning of the new work week. Meteorologist Justin Chambers will let us know how warm it's going to get.
But first, staying busy doesn't only impact our physical health, it also impacts our mental health. After the break, the simple exercises you can do by yourself to help manage stress. 9:43, you're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Increase your overall health and move your body in ways that you haven't thought before. We have Group Exercise Director with Brick Bodies, Sarah Keller, back with us here this morning with some moves to help make us feel mentally sound, maybe too.
Yes. So the May is Mental Health Awareness Month, and so we really want to focus on small things that we can do just to make us get up and move, and then we don't even realize.
This could be at home, this could be at the office, this
Absolutely.
could be at the field while your kid's practicing.
Yep.
Let's see it.
First one is super simple. We can go barefoot.
Okay.
Barefoot, our feet have so many nerve receptors in them, and that gives so much feedback to our bodies.
So you're saying maybe not the heels?
Maybe not the heels.
Maybe not the heels. Okay, okay.
Just feel what you feel.
Okay.
Just feel all the feels.
It can make a
Feel all the
difference.
feels, yeah. Second thing is to cross the midline of the body. So not just, I mean, you could cross your arms, and that's literally crossing the midline. But we can also use that for balance practice, where maybe we take the hand to one side of the body, pull that knee across. So A, we're getting a little bit of release for our back, and we're getting that nice little twist. But B, we're crossing that midline, and that's making both sides of our brain fire at once, which increases our neuroplasticity, which is the brain's ability
you have to
change.
concentrate. I have to look at you very carefully so I am not thinking about falling over.
Yeah, and when the brain is able to change, that helps us with our resilience and our response to stress and all these other things. So it's really good for our bodies. Even though it doesn't feel like we're not getting that heart rate up, we don't always have to get the heart rate up.
That felt good.
Another thing we can do is to move with different timing and space than we're used to. We all have our standard gait, right, when we walk somewhere.
Yeah.
It's the certain stride length and the certain pace we tend to keep. But when we change that up, it allows us to approach this uncomfortable space. I mean, I'm not saying we should walk around like this
and
be
this
all
is just
crazy.
for little portions
But
of your
it
day.
could
This
be
isn't changing your lifestyle.
Yeah, it could be taking bigger steps. It could be taking quicker steps. You could take those really exaggerated steps like you're walking on the moon or something. Who knows? But it again,
switching it up.
It forces your body to start to deal with that bit of being uncomfortable, and that's what stress does to us. Is it makes us uncomfortable, so it helps us handle stress a little bit better.
That's crazy. I would have never thought about that as I see Justin lunging across the studio. But that's exactly what you were saying. Is switching up the gait.
And it just makes your body think differently. And then the final thing is to move your spine. We don't think about that enough. And generally we think, oh, if I move the wrong way, I'm going to hurt my back. And we don't want to hurt our back.
So how do you suggest we
You
move?
could take a little shift to one side, to the front, kind of do some little circles with the spine, trying to keep the pelvis steady and
So
then
our
going the other
coworkers
way.
might think we're crazy, but we're going to be
but it's great to do
relaxed
like in your desk chair, right? That's something easy, you know, even just forward and back a little, like seated cat and cow.
Okay.
But that will help. Again, that's where our center of our body is, and that's the center of a whole lot of things.
Between my seated cat and cow and Justin's lunges, I think we got this. We are mentally more relaxed. Thank you, Sarah.
You're welcome.
Just things to think about. Meteorologist Justin Chambers, how do you feel? Did it make a difference?
Yeah, because I
Just changing
like
it
what
up
you
a
said.
little bit.
Because I like to do this. Like, I like to, you know what I mean? And just like, hey, how's it going? What's going on? And then here's your forecast. Watch. Here's your forecast. Hey, I don't know what's going on with the forecast. And I just kind of glide by, right? But that's good.
This is what it's all about. Just moving the muscles in a different way.
I like the rib cage thing too. That was awesome. Yeah.
Yeah, I feel that.
Feeling good. Yeah. So always good to get the stretch on. We have that 7:30 stretch we do around here every day, and good day to get outside, get some exercise in, walk around in the park, and go for a little light jog, maybe looking at the Charm City Tank Shop. Right now we're already at 70 degrees, on our way to the lower 80s here for the afternoon. So it will be warmer today by about 2 or 3 degrees from yesterday afternoon, and we do stay dry this week. So no excuse in terms of trying to get out there and play some golf, because I'm not talking about any rain. The forecast, no, I'm just kidding. It's the forecast. Golfers, 79 by noon. We'll be into the lower 80s into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour for this afternoon. I'm winded just by doing those little things. Upper 70s and lower 80s across Westminster and Eldersburg into Carroll County and Baltimore County as well. 81 Towson, Lutherville, Timonium, out through Perry Hall and White Marsh as well. Keep those lower 80s around. Down south to Ellicott City and Columbia and Howard County and Glen Burnie and Pasadena and Arundel County also looking good for your high temps today. And if you're traveling across the country, a lot of folks dealing with 70s and 80s. The Central Plains, the Upper Midwest, down south as well. The heat is in Phoenix, already at 100 degrees this afternoon. That's going to be their high temp there in the desert. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, green lights across the board. Your outdoors cast is looking good. Betty the butterfly buzzing around and doing her thing. You can see our future scan, a little bit of cloud cover around today. Tomorrow, more of the same, kind of a mix of clouds and sun. Wednesday is when we get our next weather maker. It's a cold front, but it's a pretty dry cold front. So you'll notice a change in temperatures Thursday, but Wednesday night into early Thursday morning. Look at that little green that just kind of splashes by there. So some of the models want to pick up on just a few of those light stray showers. Really, our next actual chance for rain doesn't even come until Sunday. And even then, it doesn't look very impressive. So numbers come back down to the mid-70s on Thursday, and that lasts into at least the first part of Memorial Day weekend. Patrice?
All right, looks good, Justin. 1 year ago today, the Orioles rebuild became a thing of the past when Adley Rutschman made his MLB debut. Last season, he had the O's in the postseason conversation until the final week of September. This season, the entire squad owns a 31-16 record. One that if the season ended today, the Birds would win every single division in baseball except their own. Now, only 2 teams have 30 wins. The Orioles are one of them. The O's getting the Sunday sweep of the Blue Jays, and the day belonged to Cedric Mullins with 5 hits for the Birds center fielder. In the 11th, that's when multiple Orioles got in on the action for a 5-run inning. Austin Hayes singles to the grass, 1 run scores, and the O's take a 4-3 lead. Taron Vavra was then pinch hitting, and 2 runs scored on this single to left center. The O's took a 6-3 lead. Mullins then brought the Orioles more insurance than they needed, driving in 2 more runs, helping the Birds leave Canada with the sweep, winning 8-3.
Cedric Mullins, was he 5 for 6, 3 ribbies. He's just playing an unbelievable brand of baseball right now on both sides. Defense, some incredible Gold Glove defender, and just hitting rockets all over the field and getting huge hits for us, driving in runs, just doing everything. So, Ced, definitely, and just the way we sucked it up out of the bullpen, just incredible effort by really everybody today. I emptied the whole bench. I used every pitcher we had available, and we get a sweep on the road. That's huge.
Well, the O's are off today, and then tomorrow they're in New York. And here's what the AL East standings look like. All teams are still chasing the Rays, but it's getting close. The Orioles are 2.5 back. The Yankees are 5.5 back. Boston 7.5 back, and Toronto sitting in the basement.
We want to see you at the ballpark all season long. Just scan the QR code on your screen, and that is going to take you to foxbaltimore.com/chime-in, where you can upload your pictures and videos, and it's all powered by Statla. A sunny and comfortable start to your work week. Meteorologist Justin Chambers letting us know how long these pleasant temperatures last. That's coming up in his exclusive 10-day forecast. It is 9:53 on Good Day Baltimore.